So this morning, for today's program, it says there's going to be a few words on this topic called Mahamudra. Mahamudra literally means the great seal. Maha is great, mudra, seal. The seal is referring to, depending on context, again, there are several meanings. Here, the most basic meaning here is the seal that, like the USDA seal, the California organic seal, the golden standard seal of authenticity. So the great seal is the great kind of indicator of that which is real. So it's the great seal of the reality state. It's the great seal of things as they are, rather than simply how they appear to be. Now, even on the level of how things appear to be, there are ways of viewing what appears to be that are closer to the reality state and further away from the reality state. So the way things appear, if we can understand them in a way that aligns with the principle of causality, of cause and effect, these causes produce these effects. These effects come from these causes, meaning virtue generates happiness, non-virtue generates suffering. If we have a way of relating to appearances, if we have a way of relating to our experiences that is firmly based on an understanding about causality, about cause and effect, about karma, then this view is based on the way things are. But right now, for the most part, we don't see things in this way. We don't relate to our experiences in this way. But the practices and the teachings on the Great Seal, the Mahamudra, is to lead us. They were given to lead us to achieving basically perfect view, perfect wisdom on both the way things are and understanding why they appear in this and that way to us. So it's both an understanding of what we call the ultimate truth and also an understanding of relative truth. Relative truth has a bigger spectrum. Ultimate truth, there's no spectrum. The ultimate truth just is. Relative truth, there's a spectrum, because relative to how much confusion you have, is more distorted or less distorted. So these two sides, relative and ultimate, is where the Mahamudra, the Great Seal teachings, are most concerned about. By practicing Mahamudra, we gain clear understanding of ultimate and relative truths, and principally by understanding mind, what mind is, what is the nature of our minds, the nature of our experiences. That's principally the approach in Mahamudra. There are other Buddhist teachings that focus on gaining understanding of what's out there. By examining what's out there, then come to understand the nature of reality, the essence of reality. But in Mahamudra, it leaves what's out there alone and turns in to say, look at this mind and see, what is this mind? How does it work? When it's free from obscurations, how does it operate? When it is still under the power of obscurations, how does it operate? When it is still under the power of mental defilements, how does it operate? What comes from there? What kinds of reality is then churned out from this mind? When free from the mental defilements, the confusions, then what kind of experience or reality is produced? So all of this is sort of in the domain of this topic that we call the Great Seal. So in the tradition of the Great Seal, or Mahamudra, there is tremendous emphasis on developing, or rather, let me rephrase this, on relating to the Guru, which is the guide, on relating to the spiritual guide as a method for cultivating Mahamudra. This emphasis is cannot be changed, So one point to make is it cannot be changed. It cannot, no one can say, oh, maybe you don't need. It doesn't work like that. Now, having said that, it also cannot be forced. Forget about someone on the outside forcing you. Right? You also cannot force it yourself. So it's a delicate, it's not such an easy topic. A lot of messy things can happen when you force it. So all I can say is that don't force it, don't rush it. You cannot be impatient. You just hold in your heart an understanding of the importance of utilizing the Guru figure, which represents the Guru principle, relating to this figure, relating to this principle, to ignite or to spark your own Mahamudra realizations. So, at the very least, we have to say to ourselves, we have to be clear that that is part of this tradition of training, and it's indispensable. In fact, in the poetry, in the songs of the individuals that we call the Mahasiddhas, which are these great practitioners in India, especially around 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th century. They were very active in India. So this is, you could say, oh, this is about 1,000 years, at least after the time of the Buddha. Yes, this is when the Mahamudra teachings became very active in India. And so among these great figures of that time, called the Mahasiddhas, meaning the greatly accomplished ones, some of them, or many of them in their songs, you will see them basically negating everything. Even negating like Buddha, like, of course, rhetorically, even Buddha you don't need. Of course, by the time they have negated Buddha, they have already negated everything else, like, or rhetorically. Who needs mantra? Who needs ritual? Who needs meditation? All the way to who needs Buddha? No need. They say no need that. All of those are contrivances. And you see a strand of this approach actually in China, in Japan, in Korea. This is what we call the Zen tradition. So famously, right, there's a Zen line. If you meet the Buddha on the road, kill him. You trace this idea. You go back to the Mahasiddhas in India. It's like, who needs Buddha? Or in another, kind of very evocative Zen statements. Someone raised a question: what is a Buddha? The master's answer: dried up toilet paper. Yeah. Except it wasn't toilet paper. Back then, toilet paper weren't invented yet. Instead, people use, okay, this is a little graphic. Basically, whatever little, like stick you have, you use it to roll around to clean yourself, okay? Not inserting anything. And so it says, the literal answer is nothing but a dried feces stick. Toilet paper, in other words, nothing but dried up toilet paper. This comes from, the Mahasiddha tradition that basically negates everything. But of course, rhetorically. But interestingly, this is really more to my point. None of them would ever negate the Guru. That's where they draw the line. So to show that the importance of having someone that you can relate to, and that someone actually doesn't have to be. It's helpful, but also treacherous. If this is a living, walking around person, it's very helpful. You can see that person, you have like reasonable access to that person. But it can also be someone who is technically no longer walking the good earth. But somehow you have a heart connection to that person. And that can also work. So these Mahasiddhas, they would negate anything and everything. But nowhere in their songs do they ever say, and now finally throw out the Guru. None of them would say that, just to show how important this figure is. Again, it's not an easy topic, this figure. Now, especially, in these dark times, it seems like everyone is implicated in one scandal or another of this sort or that sort. So you cannot rush into it. Don't rush after names. Don't rush after fame of the spiritual type. But also don't go around being cynical and negative about anyone. I mean, after all, that's the training, pure perception, pristine perception. So that when we see anything wrong with anyone, maybe you are right, There is something wrong with that person. But here it says, let that be a mirror to search for that fault in yourself. What was it? Why do you notice a splinter in your brother's eye when there's a log in yours, So the method of training is, when you see any faults projected out there, know that the seeds of those faults are probably present in you. Turn it around, turn it around, turn it around. And if we're fortunate enough to meet guides that can really know what they're doing, concerned about you, and can convince you that better than searching for other people's faults is to look at your own so that you can clear them, then very fortunate if you can meet someone like that, that for no apparent rhyme or reason, first of all, you would listen to them, which is the hard part. And listen to them, quite happily. And also that doesn't happen so easily. In fact, sometimes on the way getting to there, you might go through a lot of ups and downs first. To kind of work out all the kinks, so to say. So also I don't want to give the impression it's like, you saw and then that's it, sometimes that happens, but often not. I remember one time talking about so-and-so is having a hard time with their teacher, and this older practitioner, one of my seniors, so to say, and he said, that's normal. That means it's starting to work. So there's some struggle going on. He said, as long as they don't give up on each other, the struggle is normal. Otherwise, you won't arrive at that place where the student now can trust and be happy to accept the help of turning things around to say, now, good, you see that fault? Now, let's trace that, they call tracing it back to the source, so that then you can look at, then the source is the mind. The source is the mind. So we have a handout for today that soon I will share that handout. But before we look at the handout, I will first begin with an invocation. This is called calling the guide from afar. So the idea that the guide is far from us. The guide is separated from us. So this is an invocation to call the guide to come from wherever he or she is, and so that we can be close to the guide. So think of this as, again, if no person fits the bill, again, don't force, don't say, because you're so eager to learn Mahamudra, you say, okay, let me just put somebody there, I think it's good enough. Actually, if you ask my opinion, I'll say don't do that. Then what you do is Buddha Shakyamuni. So whatever scandals he might have around his time has all been cleared and lasted 2,600 years, fairly safe. Yeah, so you can think, that's my guide, that's my supreme guide, Buddha Shakyamuni, and may I, come close to you. May I become like you. May I come to you so that I can become like you. So the Mahamudra tradition, in a way, might feel a little what we might call theistic. And some people not familiar with Tibetan Buddhism, especially Protestant converts to Buddhism of other types, they look at Tibetan Buddhists suspiciously. They're like, I don't know, all this stuff, all this devotion stuff. It's like some pseudo cult, I say Protestant convert too, because when you actually go to Asia, it doesn't really matter where you go in Asia. Chinese Mahayana countries, Himalayan Vajrayana countries, Southeast Asian Theravada countries, devotion to the Buddha is not negotiable. I'm not saying it's not negotiable to you. You have to work with wherever you are. Yeah? But don't, because it feels weird to me. It's some weird Asian thing, We got it right, That's the American can-do, It's good, I like, can do, but the can do can also be like, nets, like, I remember when I first started teaching in college, by second week, you invite students to come to your office hours. By second week, some of the people who turn up at the office hours is turning up to tell you how to teach. In many cases, it's a good thing, yeah. Because you spend 5-7 years working on your dissertation, which means getting locked up in a library. Then finally you got your dissertation, they throw you in a classroom and say, now, go teach people. Anyway, I digress, So the can-do is always like, we know better. Not here. Too much of that is not going to work, So all across Buddhist traditions, it doesn't matter, this heartfelt devotion to Buddha or Buddha principle is at the center of Buddhist practice. Then we mistakenly pick up things that says, if you see the Buddha, kill him. It's like, well, I don't need to do. Reading out of context, yeah. So anyway, I'm going to do this invocation in Tibetan. Doesn't matter because the point here is basically with regards to Buddha Shakyamuni. May I come to you. May I be attracted to your example. May I remember the qualities you embody. May I remember why I'm attracted to you, why I'm taken by your words. May this bond be strong. May I never be separated from this bond. So this is where it's not merely theistic. It's not merely, oh, you're so great. Oh, you're so great. Oh, save me. No. May I come to you so that may I become like you. Lama Geno, Lama Geno, Lama Geno. Pöden Lama Kushi Wangju Dabo Gaju Yongju Sugyen Drove de bondam pelam tun tujeng ada gyawe gyatsa Kadrinda Tompa Dame Dorje Changwang Gombo De Gompa Chenpo Genu So vadeb so to jezeje jinjilo shing namni dada so jidoni lundum rebu soji. Now slowly, slowly let your mind just relax. Think of your mind as maybe an orb of light. And slowly, slowly this orb of light spreads out in all directions, into all of space and time. And let this mind be all pervasive, without a center and without a periphery. If you need something more than that, then utilizing breath perhaps especially as you are exhaling. Rely on that to help you feel as you exhale, the mind opens out and far and all pervasive. And with the next exhalation, again, the mind becomes pervasive, without limits, like a clear blue sky, or the clear horizon where the horizon meets the ocean, making the sky and the ocean inseparable. Right now, at least the feeling-wise, the feeling tone is basically the feeling tone of this mind can be all pervasive if we release fixations. In this all pervasive nature, just like space, space does not obstruct, does not have a problem with form, temporarily occupying space. Whether it's a boulder or a feather temporarily occupying some space, that particular space doesn't get destroyed by the boulder or a feather. Likewise, this mind that is open and all-pervasive, with that feeling tone of as we gain more confidence in this characteristic of mind, then either presence or absence of objects, of experiences, of boulders and feathers, heavy and light, big and small, they don't become problems, because we understand that they are only temporarily there, whether we like, we don't like, whether we want more or less. We understand that they're only temporarily there. And even when they are temporarily there, that space that they occupy does not destroy the space. In fact, their very existence is dependent on space, while space is not dependent on them. So this mind is space-like, boundless. From one perspective, also changeless. While changeless, it is the support or the basis for all changes to happen. Things can come because there is space. Things can go because there is space. But space itself neither comes nor goes. And that is the nature of this mind. Again, for us at this point, might be sufficient to just feel this feeling tone of and as you exhale, the mind goes out and out and out. And you can relax into it. The more confidence we develop towards this space, this boundless nature of mind, the less of a problem it will be when the whole gamut of likes and dislikes turn up, and the whole gamut of good and bad situations turn up. They will all have temporary residence. You can grant them their due without impacting space at all. In the development of this tradition that we call Mahamudra, we should know a little bit again. This is my history geek side coming out. Knowing a little bit of this will help us navigate through all the plethora of available sources that we have access to now. In a way, it's great, the kind of access we have to so many methods, so many forms of Buddhism is unprecedented. Used to be that this is only available in Hawaii, where East meets West. Nobody else, nowhere else. In Asia, it was only, they were doing the Asian thing. In the West, they were doing the Western thing. In Hawaii was the only place that you have so many different forms of Buddhism, that all in this one small space. But now, anyone who has access to the internet has so much possibilities. So it's good to know a little bit of the history of the development of this tradition, and how, in some ways the word Mahamudra was a contested term. For some, Mahamudra, the Great Seal, exclusively refers to the state of enlightenment that, say, Buddha Shakyamuni achieved Mahamudra. So Mahamudra was a goal for some. So they say, when you become Buddha, that's when you attain the Mahamudra state. And then you say, well, how about just like, Samnya Sang Bodhi, meaning complete and perfect Buddhahood, which is the traditional term for awakened, Samnya Sang Bodhi. Why not just that? Then the explanation is, Mahamudra is the vocabulary used in Vajrayana sources. Essentially, talking about the same thing. So that's one use of the word Mahamudra, and that use of the word Mahamudra, in fact, everybody agrees. As in, everybody who uses the Vajrayana sources would agree. Oh yes, of course. The Buddha state is Mahamudra. To achieve Buddhahood, we can also say, you have achieved Mahamudra. Then, from among those who accept this term Mahamudra and this particular definition of Mahamudra, there is a subset of those that says, however, Mahamudra doesn't only refer to the result of Buddhahood. Mahamudra also refers to the process, the path. That there's a way of practicing that uses this Mahamudra as result as the way to practice as well. So this we already see, this explanation. You can already see in the Indian context in the 9th century, 8th century, definitely 10th century already there. So that tradition comes into Tibet. And in time, principally, it became a strong feature. I cannot say exclusive, as in it's not only this group. There were other groups, but mainly the group that we now call Gagyupas. They were the ones that specialized in using the term Mahamudra not just as like the result of Buddhahood, but also as a path, as a method for cultivating Buddhahood. And it was more explicitly taught in this way by this figure from the 11th century called Gampopa. Gampopa was the one that more openly and more extensively emphasized this style of practice, so much so that the mainstream Vajrayana practices became for Gampopa secondary. And that caused a little in his own time. Because by his time, everybody of any worth in Tibet, in terms of learning and mastery of meditation techniques and transmission of teachings, were fully and completely entrenched, invested in Vajrayana being like the ghee, the clarified butter of cows, right? Like the best of the best. But here comes Gampopa that says, actually it's secondary too. Not at all opposed, secondary as in, it's negotiable. Vajrayana. Gampopa says at the heart of the practice is what's called Mahamudra. You are into Vajrayana? Okay, sure. You can enhance your Mahamudra with Vajrayana. You think Vajrayana is a little off? Little too messy? Okay, no need. Don't worry. Just focus on this. This thing called Mahamudra. But even doing that, Gampopa, it is said, for the students who came to him that he felt had the ability to utilize the powerful methods of Vajrayana, of course he would teach them that, because it would speed up their Mahamudra training. But then it is said that even in his lifetime, already in the 11th century, he felt that the number of people who can truly and truly utilize Vajrayana methods was so small that he didn't emphasize much. Because he was like, okay, given that people don't have the exact qualifications and training and ability to handle the most significant things within the Vajrayana, I'm not going to emphasize that so much. Okay? Again, not to say that he did not emphasize. It's just he's like, let's given impermanence and everything, let's get people started on what's most important. And then we can get other things to enhance this most important. Now, this vision, this approach, over time, post-Gampopa, if you ask me, I also feel that it got eroded. His emphasis. So that even his spiritual descendants, over time, got kind of away from what he was saying. I mean, there are many reasons, It's not anyone up to no good. It's just circumstances, okay? And I'm not going to bore you with all the historical details for that. We can leave that aside. It got kind of eroded away. And what happens then is, I think, as this tradition, the Kagyu tradition, grew bigger and bigger and bigger, until it became like, what we call like big box, like, every town needs to have, a a what is it? Old Navy, you know. Like it's like if there is a town you drive through and it's not Old Navy, you're like, wait, did I cross over to Mexico? Right? You know, like every strip mall needs to have an Old Navy, you know. So as the Gagyu tradition, you know, without choice, it's just a fact. You don't grow, you die. So then, big box Gagyu monasteries, right? And lots of people are joining. So you have to streamline the training methods. Yeah, so as those training methods become streamlined, it also means that it became more rigid. And it produced a lot of results. That's the thing. It's not that it's not capable, because the system is flexible enough that if you want to do it this way, you can do this way and get results. But I think over time it became that it's this way or the highway. And this way has become the way of very regimented. You begin with step 1, then step 2, step 3, step 4. And so there's a lot of like going through completing assignments. Right? Then what happens is that it became more of like, can I complete all the assignments rather than is something changing? But because there were a good number who completed the assignments and change happened, then I think the tradition says, well, it's safer to go this way. Insist that people complete assignments, because a small number actually do get the results. So better to err on this way than to err on the other way, which is less streamlined, less systematized, and then they say, then we don't even have a way to produce results. So when it became systematized, it will be like, first you need to contemplate this, you need to cultivate this, then you need to accumulate this, then you need to do this, then you need to do this, then you need to do this. Like, you know, you need to do 100,000 prostrations, 100,000 recitations, 100,000 offerings, 100,000 meditating on becoming one with the Guru, you know, the 100,000s, all of that. But those of you who have been reading the Milarepa songs, you'll see how Milarepa instructed disciples very different. In fact, he would, and in this post Gampopa, you know, down to us, it has become streamlined into this what called, you know, step by step by step by step by step, right? Until finally Mahamudra happens. In many of the Milarepa songs, you know, it begins with some random hunter, some random farmer, some random nomad kid, you know, has lost his yak and is freaking out because, like, mom and dad will be, you know, yelling at me, I've lost the yak. And they stumble on Milarepa, and Milarepa goes, hey boy, what you looking for? Why are you all stressed? And boy was like, I lost my yak. He'll say, lost your yak, huh? Tell me about this yak. Right? So then the boy stops and says, well, you know, last time I saw him was la la la. And then Milarepa will be like, so you've lost your yak, and is the yak very important? Yeah, of course. Don't you know yaks? Milarepa said, oh, I don't know. It's been a long time since I've thought of yaks, you know. And so then the boys, you know, this boy is like, anyway, what are you? Like, what are you doing? What do you mean you've stopped thinking of yaks? And Milarepa might say, well, you know, once upon a time I was like you. Now I remember. Now I'm an old man. Yeah, there was a time where I took care of the family's yaks, but you know what? Then they all went away. Then my family used to be rich, and then circumstances changed, and we suffered so much. Then the boy, goes, oh. And then Milarepa says, there might be something else that you have lost that is even more important than the yak that you're looking for. The boy was like, wait, what is that? Right? So then Milarepa leads the boy to understanding, you have lost your mind. Now, you want to look for this mind? Yes. Milarepa says, okay, now, tonight when you get home, I want you to look at this mind. And the boy says, look? What do you mean look at this mind? I mean, it's always there. If it is not there, I'll be dead by now. Milarepa says, okay, that's reasonable, but I still want you to look. See if it is really always there, as you say it is. And then, right before the boy, now the boy is all just thinking about, the mind. Then Milarepa to maybe do some Jedi mind tricks, right? To have the boy have even more confidence. Now this is where I can't do, Milarepa will say, and by the way, on your way back home, after 1.5 miles, look to your left. Boy is like, okay. So then he finds his yak, so he doesn't get into trouble with mom and dad, Brings the yak, and he then that night is like, that yogi, there is something going on there. So then earnestly, right, he'll look at mine. So it comes back the next day. Milarepa says, so, how was it? The boy says, I looked, and at first, I think I saw it, it's there. But then the minute I thought I saw it, I lost it again. And Milarepa said, okay. And he says, okay, now what I want you to do this afternoon as your yaks are grazing in the field, I want you to look at how often it kind of bleeps out, and how often this mind, whatever you think it is, bleeps in. So what he's doing is what we today call pointing out instructions. He's giving the kid a taste of directly, without using terminology, without using philosophy, without using definitions, which the Buddhist colleges in the cities are teaching. And Milarepa says, my yak searching words is worth more than your 10,000 pages. So then this boy finally gets some kind of understanding about this mind. Then at that point, Milarepa says, okay, now you want to continue with this until you find completely this mind. Boy says, yes. So then now, let me tell you about refuge. To take refuge in the Buddha, to take refuge in the Dharma, to take refuge in the Sangha. And the boy said, okay, I will take refuge. Then next day the boy comes back and says, now let me tell you about Bodhisattva vow. Now let me tell you about cause and effect. See, he first introduces, quote unquote, the most profound. Then he comes back to the ABCs. Many stories like that, Milarepa. But today this is rarely done, Anyway, this style of Mahamudra, Gampopa, as I said. So who is Gampopa? Gampopa is one of the key disciples of Milarepa. So Gampopa, earlier in his life, was a very successful physician, doctor. He had a wife and I think 1 or 2 kids, at least one. But in his, I think, maybe 30s or 40s, somewhere around there, so which is like quite old in Tibetan years in the 11th century. Definitely midlife, more than midlife, probably past midlife. People die when they're 50, That's like, a good old ripe age of 50. If there were Tibetan tombstones, they'll say, live a full life and died at 50. Anyway, at the prime of his life, so to say, first his children died of some disease, and he could not save them. Then his wife died, and he could not save her. So then his wife, before she died, she said to him, I don't want you to start another family. I want you to work out this problem of suffering. Promise me that. Now you should really, you're free of us now. Don't go bring in a new set of burdens. Especially back in those days, the man is responsible for providing everything. So the wife says, don't remarry. Not out of jealousy, don't remarry, but it's enough, the suffering that you've gone through, losing me, losing our children. Now go work out this suffering. So Gampopa became a monk, then trained as a monk. Then at a certain point in his training as a monk, he heard about this yogi, this freelance spiritual guy hanging out in the mountains, because the convention is, spiritual people at the monasteries. But he heard about this freelance meditator out in the mountains. So he got permission from his monastic teachers to go. It is said that his monastic teachers were a little reluctant. Then they made him make a promise. They say, we'll let you go on one condition. You don't change your uniform. Meaning you don't stop being a monk. Because it's also true, many people who go to these freelance meditators, they leave behind their monastic life. So Gampopa kept his promise. Gampopa went to Milarepa, trained with Milarepa, achieved full awakening. After Milarepa passed away, Gampopa spent another 7 years in retreat. By that point, he had come back to his monastic community, and some of his fellow monks also started to gather around him because they could tell he has something different from their training. And so he was in retreat close to his monastic brothers for 7 years. It said that then 7 years he completely cleared all the confusions and he understood. That was when he started teaching. Then disciples gathered. Then it was from Gampopa that this particular style of Mahamudra became the forte, so to say, of the Gagyu lineage. So an equivalent, parallel, not identical, methods are different, styles are different. A parallel to this Mahamudra tradition is what's known as the Dzogchen tradition, which became the forte of the Nyingmas. The various Nyingma lineages, they became the main holders of the Dzogchen style of practice. Then there were hybrids as well. Hybrid practitioners that combine Dzogchen and Mahamudra. since I identify as a Kagyupa, I will show my Kagyupa bias. All the people who do a hybrid of the two traditions or are trained in both traditions, all the big names, they were all Kagyupas. So the Kagyupas were more, they know both. No big name Nyingma teachers spend time training in Mahamudra. It's very interesting. Of course, my Nyingma friends will say, yeah, because they already have the best. What else do they need? I say, just friendly teasing back and forth. But these two traditions became kind of very important methods of training people. And it's true, generally speaking, of the different lineages of Tibetan Buddhism. There's more cross-pollination, so to say, between the Kagyus and the Nyingmas. Because there's this similarity in approach between at least one section of the Dzogchen training is very similar to the Mahamudra training. There's a different aspect of Dzogchen training called Togel. And Togel is very unique to Dzogchen. Treche is very similar to Mahamudra. So that's the main Dzogchen method, two sets of practices called Togel and Treche. And the Togel is very unique to Dzogchen, actually. Mahamudra principally uses what we call shamatha vipassana, which these terms exist in all other forms of Buddhism. But of course, the Mahamudra way of training in shamatha and vipassana, which literally just means calm abiding and special insight, the Mahamudra calm abiding and special insight has its own distinctive flavor. Because when you say insight, you're like, insight into what, right? So in Theravada, there is shamatha and vipassana. Principally in Theravada systems, insight into what? Insight into impermanence, suffering, not self. Yeah? So you hone your skills of the mind unmoving and focus, and you hone your skills of seeing clearly to do what? In Theravada training, to see all phenomena as essenceless, without self, all phenomena as burdensome, all experiences as burdensome, called suffering, and all phenomena as impermanent, unstable, unreliable. Principally, Theravada training, at the end of the day, the special insight is special insight or profound insight into these three facts, these three realities. In Mahamudra, when we say vipassana, we say, yeah, of course, these three, but there is something else, which is nature of mind. So in Mahamudra, they're more interested in, earlier I said, right, you could investigate what's outside. So here, in the sense of things are impermanent, things are have the characteristic of suffering, and things are selfless. Right? Now in Mahamudra, it says, yes, all of that is true, but now look at the mind that has this insight about things. Yeah? Look at that mind itself, and see what is that. So that's where the special insight, you could say, it's a little different. So vipassana, it just means V is heighten, pasana is sight, insight. So profound insight, profound seeing. So in Gampopas, Milarepas, Mahamudra style, primarily shamatha and vipassana, honing the skills of the mind remaining unmoving, calm abiding, and the mind being clear, special insight. Special insight into what? Into the nature of mind. When you understand the nature of mind, when you perceive nature of mind, you understand the nature of everything. Questions? No? Yes?
I don't know if this is important, but
Of course it is important.
is that the order of practice? That you would do impermanence, suffering, no self, and then nature of mind? Or are you always
No. I'm just, because again, we come from so many directions, of our knowledge of Buddhism and all that. I'm just giving you a reference point.
Okay.
Like, you say, oh, shamatha vipassana. Oh, well, they do shamatha vipassana.
Yeah.
They do shamatha vipassana to get you to see those three characteristics. Yeah.
Okay.
All I'm saying is, in Mahamudra, do we accept the three characteristics? Yeah, of course. But we say, there's something even more basic that we have to see, which is mind. Yeah. Yeah. So it's not necessarily that order. So it's good to clarify. Yeah.
Can I ask you,
Uh-huh.
in terms of modern times, let's say the people in this room would like to get Mahamudra training. Where would they get it? I mean, do they get it from?
No, go look for Mingyur Rinpoche, I guess. Yeah.
I mean, it's
Like, as in, famous, you can find, and they have a good system of supporting students, and no, I can't do any of those things.
you don't, but you teach up to a point, yeah.
Yeah, Mahamudra cannot be taught.
Okay. So the answer would be that they have to find a guru, basically.
Or just find a way of practicing. Yeah,
Yeah.
Guru will turn up eventually. Don't force yourself. You can always learn. But like that guru principle and figure might turn out in ways that you don't expect. But as a starting point, if you want to pursue more in a more systematic way, in terms of programs out there, like that's what we're familiar with, programs to sign up for.
Yeah.
These days, Mingyur Rinpoche has a program. His brothers are more on the Dzogchen side of things, so related, Tsongni Rinpoche, Chogi Nima Rinpoche, they have a good support system. Then, of course, in a less systematic way, but many people have, found easy access to, is of course Gachen Rinpoche from the Drigong Kagyu lineage, because he has tons and tons and tons. You can watch his teachings on YouTube from now until samsara is empty. And still there is more, you know. So if you are fine with you know, not having like a support system holding you accountable to whether you have completed your requirements, then Gajin Rinpoche is, you know, directly, you know, he's more of that style of like, you know, have you noticed you have a mind? Here, let me tell you, you know, and not, you know, finish this, finish this, finish this, finish this, finish this, finish this, finish this. He has even caused some controversy, but nobody is speaking out loud because you look at Rinpoche, it's hard to fight with him. When I mean controversy in the sense of like, he was like, secrets? Oh, no, there are no secrets. Oh, empowerment? Yeah. Just go watch that video, then you'll receive the empowerment. Now practice. That's his stuff. I say, now practice. But I didn't receive authorization. It's okay. When you get a chance, go get it. Now practice. Generally, that's his style, and that actually is related to also the founder, I would say, of Drigong Kagyu. It's also like that, even in the 12th century. It seems like he wasn't so concerned about the requirements, but to no end, he will say, you know, you cannot be lazy. So it's not like loosey-goosey at all. But his emphasis, Kyoba Jigden Sumgens, and we'll look at one of his teachings here that I'm going to, after the break, we'll start. More and more I'm understanding that his style is not at all about, it's not a difference between loosey-goosey and strict. It's where the discipline is invested is different, slightly different. So where the discipline is invested in the Drigong Kagyu founder style, and now, you know, I can say, I mean, there are many other teachers too, but the most easily accessible, prominent in the West now for Drigong Kagyu is Garchen Rinpoche. It's really the emphasis on two things. One is, again and again, you have to be clear about the faults of samsara, and you developing firmer and firmer conviction that samsara is unreliable. That. Then there is no solution to samsara except for bodhicitta. But bodhicitta is not just compassion, not just love, right? Love and compassion wedded with wisdom, which in other words is the entire path. Yeah? But frame under the auspices of the bodhisattva example. And so the strictness, so to say, is there. So you have stories of like, someone circumambulating. I think this story is told about, I've heard it told in relation to Atisha, I've heard it told in relation to Gampopa, so I think it's a trope, right? The exact figure doesn't matter. A student is circumambulating stupa. Then the teacher comes and says, hey, what are you doing? They say, oh, I'm circumambulating stupa to accumulate merit. And then the teacher said, oh, that's good. But, it's better to practice dharma. The student thought, oh. So then he switches to something more, something more serious, more macho, Now I'm going to do prostrations instead of just walking around. And the Lama comes and says, hey, what are you doing? I say, oh, I'm doing prostrations. Oh, that's very good, But it's better to practice dharma. So he goes all the way up to now he's practicing Mahamudra or Dzogchen or whatever, Still the teacher is like, it's better to practice dharma. So finally I say, okay, tell me what practicing dharma is. He says, practicing dharma is being fed up with samsara. It's like if you're not fed up with samsara, if you don't see why you should be fed up with confused existence, you can do all these other things. It's not going to do anything for you. In fact, it will give you the false security of I'm practicing Dharma and the Dharma will liberate me, will save me. Just as I said yesterday, when I'm in the West, I talk about Buddhism, people will say, oh, meditation. When I'm in Asia, I talk about Buddhism, people will say, oh, ritual. Both answers wrong. It's the 8 worldly concerns. Are we still so susceptible to those winds when they blow? Or are we getting better and better at not being affected by the 8 worldly concerns? So, yes, of course, even in some of the instructions that we have from Gilbert Jigten Sumgun, he gives, clear system of training in Mahamudra. There's one text that's been translated into English, where going through stages of shamatha and vipassana practice, he still begins by saying, first you invoke the guru, then you practice vajrasattva, then you practice mandala offering, then you reflect on the inevitability of karma. So something that resembles what we now call ngondro, for those of you who know these terms. But there he doesn't say, do 100,000 this, 200,000 that, 300,000 that. He just says, you keep working on this while you work on understanding the nature of your mind. So then what we are to understand with those practices of, vajrasattva, purification, mandala offering for developing an openness of heart, those are the supporting practices. Those are the container. So you need a reference point. You need a container. Without a container, if you just say, I'm just going to look at the mind, not that it's not possible. It is possible, but it's very hard. You don't have a container to hold, right, these precious things that you're working with. So it's good to develop a container as well. Yeah? So that's definitely emphasized, but not in the, you have to do this, 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 before you can do this, before you can do this, before you can do this. It's a little different. So I have a Dharma friend, an acquaintance. So stressed because he had come from a background, not personally, but this is a second generation Buddhist, which is very rare, and he's an adult now. But he had come from a background where you have to do this, you have to do this, you have to do this. Not that he did it, but he saw how you have to do this, you have to do this. Yes. So now he's, associated with a Garchen Rinpoche center. It drives him up the wall. He was like, how can you do this? And then of course he gets it that Rinpoche says, yes you can, and he was like, no you cannot. So he's like constantly, and he says, this is my baggage, I came from this other tradition where, you spill one drop of water and, Mahakala is going to come split your head, He's like, and he was like, you don't understand. Not only did I grow up in that tradition, I'm also very superstitious. So he has enough self-awareness to know that, this is really his own stuff that he has to. And I said, well, you, for whatever reasons, you have tremendous devotion for Rinpoche, and so that means there's some connection, and now you have to work through your neurosis about, but I have to do this, I have to do this. Then he said, but I don't want to do those things. I was like, yeah, if you say you have to do this, you have to do this, you have to do this, then do it. He said, but I don't want to do it. I I think, great, then you found now a teacher who says you don't need to do that. But I said, but then I still believe that I have to do it. Each of us have a different configuration of this madness. So that's all I can say. Just differently configured. So we have to work through it. You know? And the working through it is the practice. Don't think, when I finally work through this, I can be a practitioner. No, working through this is the practice. Yeah? Okay, let's take a break. It's 10:50 now. Central Time 10:50. So we'll take a 15-20 minute break. Durjela sova depso Jemila sheba 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 Durjela sova depso. So do you have any questions about what you heard during the guided meditation earlier? Space, things turning up in space, space and mind. Yes?
So it's sort of like, I'm through the whole history, which was really great. And then as you come to an end, I'm like, so is that your style of teaching right there? You know?
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know.
I mean, not the rigid 10,000, 100,000 this and that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. More and more I've been reading from this early period, the 11th, 12th century, the collected teachings of these early Kagyupa masters. And the more I read, the more I'm convinced that the strictness was elsewhere, not in the realm of do this, then do this, then do this, then do this. But finding ways to keep working on seeing, the faults of samsara. But of course, right, it's also true that you need context for that. So when the more conventional tradition says do 100,000 this, 100,000 that, that's the context that they're trying to provide. So it's easy to feel renunciation, while watching Netflix. Is it really practice? I'm not sure. Maybe it is. I mean, who knows? Apparently, in the life stories of the Mahasiddhas, they went about life, right? One was a king, one was a arrow maker, one was a sesame oil presser, and while pressing sesame oil, they were training their minds. While, cutting the bamboo to make their arrows, they were training their mind. While administering the country, they were training their mind. But these stories don't quite tell you how. They just say they were. So having a context is important. So I am also aware of how, in the collected teachings of the early Kagyupa masters, what they don't explicitly make clear, which you can say that this was their context, is they were also living in a context, and their context is not our context. Their context, they were constantly surrounded by Dharma. So this is also how, how many of you have read, doesn't have to be the whole book, but at least some of it, this classic called Zen Mind, Beginner's Mind, right? Yeah, good. And then how many of you have read, say, some of the collected teachings of less well known across Buddhist traditions in the West, but recognizable, I think, to some of you, like say teachings of Tuku Urgyen. Yeah, so a few, how many of you have maybe come across like the teachings of Ajahn Chah? Yeah, a few of you, right? So when you read those books, right, it's all very like it's like, wow, Dharma practice is just so simple. Just let go, don't fixate, and everything is just the great perfection, or everything is what it is. It's just that, right? But the Zen Mind, Beginner's Mind is a compilation of a series of teachings that Suzuki Roshi gave, over a period of time. And each time those teachings were given to disciples who were sitting with him 12 hours a day. Ajahn Chah's books, were all transcripts of teachings that he gave to principally monks, and later some women moved to that community, some nuns, but basically monastics that got up at 3 every day, walked 2 hours into town to receive alms, come back, eat the only meal they eat for the day, and then fast all throughout the afternoon to the next morning, rinse and repeat, you know. Not as a 1-year retreat even, or 3-year retreat. Happily ever after, or frustratedly ever after that life, you know. And within that context, he's saying, relax, relax, relax. This Thai phrase, sabai, sabai, everything is fine, everything is fine. So you can imagine, right, these people living in kind of, to some degree, pressure cooker. And sometimes they say he turns up the volume. His disciples are all like, you know, looking forward to an intense sitting period. And then he'll announce the start of an intensive training time. And they all get excited, you know. Then that morning he will come and he says, while coming over here, I noticed that the road has fallen into disrepair. So, okay, go get your shovels. And then you spend the next week, you know, shoveling the ground and repairing, and resenting that he's making me go fix the road. What has that got to do with becoming awake, right? That's how he was teaching them, right? So these other things are not in the book. So there's something to be said, you know, the container. So then, my question, even as I maybe because I'm lazy, so I'm appreciating this less, you know, do this, then do this, do this, then do this. But I am concerned to figure out, or to ask that question of like, then what kind of container we have to provide people here? Then also with myself, I feel I have that container because I live alone, and my job, you know, is the Dharma context. Like it or not, I always have the container. So I might feel like it's working for me, but I wonder, is it working for people who kind of, you know, once a week or twice a week happen to do some programs with me? You know, am I doing people a service or a disservice by not saying, you've got to do this, do this, do this? I don't know. I don't have answers. I have a lot of questions. I overheard the other day, and someone describing a teacher that recently moved to our area, who is from the forest tradition, and is a teacher in his own right. And he started a center, and then his first programming was daily sits, 5:30 to 6:30 a.m. Hey, 7 people turn up, you know. Then the other thing was 5:30 to 6:30 sits, followed by question and answer. Right? And the teacher will answer your question. So someone who also comes to our center said, yeah, the first time I got there, you know, I got there at 6. So I sat, you know, quietly sat down, and 6:30, ding, and the teacher turned to him and said, okay, you can leave now. I said, oh, I will stay for the question and answer. He said, yes, only for people who have sat an hour. You can go now. He learned his lesson. So next morning, he got there at 5:30 and said, something to be said about having a clear container, right? So I like to think, oh, I'm accommodating will be better for people. I'm not sure. I wonder. I can see the advantage of what he did, which is, let's not waste your time or my time. If I accommodate, I might be just feeding your delusion that you can have your cake and eat it too. So you should go suffer more, not out of being mean, but just you should go have more experience, and when you're really fed up with samsara, then you'll come and sit for an hour rather than half an hour. His point too is like, if you don't sit for an hour, whatever question you have is all based on random things that come to your head. You read somewhere something, and he's saying, you train your mind for an hour, then you ask questions about that hour of while training your mind, and he will sincerely answer your question. It's like, man, when I grow up, I want to be like that. Never going to grow up, unfortunately, so. Yes?
Makes me ask a question about sort of the path to container.
Mm-hmm.
This is also a path, not just a strict process.
Mm-hmm.
Is that another image for container that could come up to keep us mindful?
Yeah.
We might not have a strict monastic practice.
Yeah.
But how are we living? How am I living
Yeah.
my life daily to allow for that? Maybe not at 5 a.m. every morning.
Yeah.
But at least every morning, whatever that morning.
Yeah,
is.
yeah. So my lazy style is to just say, yeah, I hope you figure that out. I'm just going to teach, and then you do whatever you're going to do with it. I know. Sometimes people will come to me and say, oh, I like this, la la la, but I'm going to go do that some other thing, and maybe they're hoping that I'll say, no, don't stick, but I don't. I was like, okay, and because part of it's like, I don't know, like, yeah, maybe you have to do something, and I mean it when I say, your question is like, just eat, whatever you have access to, eat, whatever opportunity that inspires you to practice the Dharma, practice, Then I think everyone. So in a way, you could say I'm more demanding. It's hard to tell. When is my laziness an actual method? I don't know. I like to think it is a method, but I really don't know. Because it also takes a lot of energy to insist people do this and do that. You got to keep track of who's doing what. Yeah, that handout. Thank you, Melissa, for making copies of this. So I want to give you a taste of these Mahamudra teachings. A taste in the sense of like, please know that this is you could say this is a transcript of a teaching that was given in the 12th century. So it has not been like carefully edited. Probably no one went back to the teacher and said, hey, can you take a look and see if this is what you said the other day? In fact, I'm very sure it did not happen. That's just not how it was, This is often after the teacher has passed away, then different key disciples say, I better write this down before I forget. Oh, I remember he taught this. I remember he taught this. So in part, you could say it's the student's memory of what the teacher taught. There were teachers who did a lot of composition themselves. But again, many of the early Kagyupa masters, meaning from 11th to 12th century, for about 1 century, the first 3-4 generations, tended not to compose things themselves that much. Because they were more interested in instructing one-on-one. And then that's the other things, right? The nature of like, so at the end, here it doesn't say, sorry. But in some other of these teachings, it will say, a teaching given to so and so, right? You cannot read that and say, oh, this is for me. Because it was given to so and so. And so he knew where so and so was at that point and needed to hear what. There is another genre. So anyway, Kyopa Jigten Sumgön's collected teachings, there are 12 volumes. I alluded to that, right? There are 12 volumes, and each volume is huge. So there's a lot of collected teachings of Kyopa Jigten Sumgön. But there's one genre in that collection, which maybe altogether forms maybe half a volume, and it's called Teachings to the Assembly. So it's a genre of teachings, which Gampopa also has a collection called Teachings to the Assembly. So then each teaching to the assembly has like different titles. The advantage of teachings to the assembly is that means he was teaching more than one person, and so he was speaking on things that would apply more likely than not to apply to all of us, because they are teachings to the assembly. When there were teachings given to specific people, I think we need to approach a little more cautiously and say, would this apply to me or not? Yeah, some self-awareness, I think, is important. So, but nonetheless, this particular teaching, I think, gives us a flavor of, what was this like, So try to imagine. So don't first of all, don't read this teaching or don't hear this teaching. I'm going to talk about it like it's King James Bible, which some Christians believe. Obviously, English-speaking Christians believe. God put every comma, every colon, semicolon, and God spelled that way. Color comes with a U. It's not at all like this, right? These were words heard and words remembered and words written down. Not to say that in the 12th century there weren't compositions to be scrutinized, because they were so tightly written. Tibetans, they could also write that way. It's a different genre. So if you confuse the genres, and you're going to encounter also technical terms. So this is sharing with you the task of the translators of such things. It's not always easy to figure out when this technical term turns up here, is he using it in a technical way, or was there an earlier use of this term that has not yet been codified and made sacred 3 centuries later? Was it being used as more an evocative term that then over time became like, it has this definition? Like, if you read enough Tibetan Buddhist writings in English, right? You know the word luminosity? Ooh. Luminosity. Ooh. And so the Tibetan is osel. Sel. Osel. It's been turned into this abstract noun, luminosity. In the 12th century, when ocel is used to talk about, to not talk about, or to hint at, I would say, qualities of the mind, it's more literally clear light. But then even clear light, as a translation, has gained certain ooh, which is actually in the translation of Gelugpa writings. They still use clear light. But then clear light has an ooh that goes with it now. Ooh. But the clear light, right, in the 12th century, it's really talking about when there's light, you can see clearly. That's it. It's evocative. When your mind is clear, it lights up. That's it. But then, ooh has, grown since then. So when translators now have to translate a 12th century text, you're like, was he also including the ooh factor or no ooh factor? So it's been both challenging and fun. And also in things like this, another challenge translating things like this is because these meditation teachers, right, they were more often than not, they were not using technical terms. More often they'll be like, you see that cow over there? Right? So they're using like very mundane colloquial expressions. Now this is 12th century Central Tibet mundane colloquial expression. Nobody has any idea what it is now. So that is one disadvantage as opposed to codified, scholarly language. So if you're translating a scholarly text from the 12th century, today, you have enough evidence to back up your translation because those meanings, how they change, if they change, it's very clear. You can track those changes. But some weird colloquial expression, there is no record of like what it was and how it has changed. So sometimes in translating these things, we're like, don't know what it's saying. But with that, I even say, actually, maybe it doesn't matter. Because they're not meant to be read like, this is the pronouncement of God, and if you get it wrong, you'll be struck by lightning. So we should not be fundamentalist. We like to think, we're Buddhists, we're not fundamentalists. But the fundamentalist demons are hiding. So this is to say, don't fixate so much on the words. I'm not saying I can give you the meaning very well, but don't fixate on the words. Like, but here it says, just lightly. Huh? See this as finger pointing to the moon. What is being communicated is not here. Here is pointing to somewhere else. Do our best to catch glimpses of what is being pointed to. And understand it's only glimpses. So then you don't fixate. Because when you catch glimpses, it's not the whole picture. When you catch a glimpse, you get an impression. And you have to recognize that it's a glimpse. So like the blind man with the elephant. So you're groping the leg, the trunk of the elephant, and you're like, it's elephant is like this, right? It's no problem if you know that there is something bigger, that my glimpse is just from where I'm standing. It only becomes a problem when then you insist elephant is like a tree trunk. So anyway, here it says from the collected teachings of Gyalpa Jigten Sungen, The title of this is called The Two Armors, an instruction on the yoga of the innate. So this word innate, just for the Tibetan Buddhist geeks among us, it's a translation of a word that often is translated as co-emergent. You come across that term? Co-emergent? Yeah. It's like, what the bleep does that mean? Co-emergent mind. And co-what? Co means two, right? Co-emergent mind. You're like, and so where is the other guy? In this 12th century context, yes, because it was used so much in the 12th century, then over time, right, the Kagyupa family of practitioners and scholars have to kind of give a clear definition. So then, if you're translating this word, the yoga of the innate here, it's called, what is it? Sometimes it's called co-emergent union. Oi. And here's the dirty little secret, right? If you're new, you're like, I have no idea what these people are talking about. And I'm sure some of you are new, you're like, I have no idea what these people are talking about, right? But then co-emergent union, right? So then the rest of you who have been basically indoctrinated into nodding. Yes, co-emergent union. And the new people are fooled into thinking these other people know what we're talking about. And teachers that are only teaching words, myself included, is being assured by my audience, yes, they know what I'm talking about. When in fact, we're just replacing one bunch of jargon with another bunch of jargon. You know, you're like, yeah, I see, I know. This is a synonym for this, which is a synonym for this, but what is it? Sometimes that's all we're doing, you know. So here, this co-emergent union is the yoga of the innate. Yoga has a connotation of union, but it means never separated. Yoga means never separated. But on the relative level, we, because of our confusion or delusion, we are now experiencing separation. Therefore, yoga is also the way of reuniting. But it's not it's not an actual reuniting because you have never been separated. It's just you're experiencing separation anxieties. But you've never been separated. So what have you never been separated from? You have never been separated from these innate qualities. These qualities that are innate to your mind, to your being. And so the yoga of the innate is both referring to how innately, meaning inborn, meaning it has always been there, are these qualities of the mind. So one quality I hinted at, I attempted to point to during the guided meditation, which is this all-pervasive and that spacious aspect of that mind. Right? Using different words to try to hint, not because I have a secret that I don't want to tell you, but words cannot fully. So can only give like pointers. Like, it's like this, it's like this, it's like this, it's like this. It's not like this, it's not like this, it's not like this. Okay? And maybe if you do You can catch a glimpse of what it is, but it's not itself, right? And the problem is now, if you were taking down notes, then I'm dead now, then you're like, ooh, here comes the gospel according to Han Lai. It's the practice of I mean, that's how, right, dogma and la forms. Somebody wrote it down, like that's the mistake. In some ways, it is really. I mean, very thankful that somebody wrote down 12 volumes, we have it. But also understand that in the writing down, we have already lost something. The immediacy of that experience is gone, and then here comes Protestants, right? Every word is really important. So then another layer of complication comes. So just be aware. Right? So an instruction on this way, this way of reuniting with what we have never been separated from. This will be a wordy, poetic license translation of the title. An instruction on reuniting with what you have never been separated from. That's the innate. Namo Guru, homage to the Guru, see? They might throw out the Dharma, they might throw out the Sangha, they might even throw out the Buddha. The Guru, you cannot throw out. The guide. However, whatever form the guide comes in, because it's quite sophisticated. It's not a crude version of the Guru, like the mysterious. Hey, if you have time, and I don't know if it's still available on Netflix, go watch this one movie/documentary called Kumari? Yeah, Kumare or Kumare. Kumare, Kumare, something like that. It's really good. It's basically this Indian, as in South Asian parents, and he was born in the U.S., grew up in New Jersey, without a hint of an accent, went to Princeton, went to Columbia, studied in religious studies, probably took classes from Robert Thurman. If you don't know who he is, then he's the father of Uma Thurman. If you know who he is, then you know who he is. Big name in Tibetan Buddhist world, but he said that, but usually his classes at Columbia fill up because he's the father of Uma Thurman. Not because he's the great Tibetan Buddhist scholar. Anyway, this guy, so he finished college, right? And he decided, or at least that's how he tells the story. I'm sure there's other reasons. He decided to go to India after he finished college in religious studies, go to India, and then while in India, he came up with this idea of coming back with a different identity and pretended to be a guru swami and turned out in some rich people area in Southern California. And very soon, people gather around him, and he made up a yogi tradition, and they all followed him. And then finally, this big expose of himself at the end. He comes out clean cut, shaved, everything, a yuppie from New Jersey, and he says, "This is the lesson. Don't be suckers." Oh, people were so upset. I mean, of course, they've been manipulated, But the point is that I said, aspiring teachers, please watch this, because your students can make you delusional. And students, please watch this, because even the most well-meaning teachers can become delusional, and principally because they are feeding on your delusion, and your delusions is feeding their delusions, and the whole mess starts. To me, this is one way to practice Guru Yoga. Strange as it sounds, I'm not tearing down the necessity of the Guru, but if we want to practice Guru Yoga, That is part of the homework. Watch that and understand how easy it is to be delusional. Very early on, I remember reading, this is from the forest tradition, emphasis, Ajahn Sumedho, one of the main disciples of Ajahn Chah. He said, Ajahn Chah has one time said to them and said, I want you to think about this. Let's say you wake up one day and the rumors that the Dalai Lama has decided, this is way back in the 70s, 80s, rumors that the Dalai Lama has married an American woman is true. That's the first news you got when you woke up. Apparently Ajahn Chah told Sumedho, and that is true. And then you come out of your hut. Half your monk brothers have disappeared, and you find out that they have eloped with the nuns. And I have decided to disrobe and go live a different life, me, your teacher. Then ask yourself, how would that change your practice? It says, if it's going to negatively impact your practice, then you have to rethink why you are here. He says, as much as I was able to support your practice cannot hinge on me. As much as your monk brothers is a support for your practice and you rely on them, your practice cannot be hinged on them. To me, this is all part of Guru Yoga practice. I don't know, true or not true, right or not, but I feel this is part of the emphasis on Guru as well. So Namo Guru, homage to the Guru. So this Guru is not a simple thing. They say when you finally find the Guru, you will know that the Guru has never been separate from you, which is the innate that has never been separated. So this is a method of reconnecting with that which has never been disconnected from you. Okay. He says here, in the practice of innate union, see, the translation here is a little sloppy. Maybe it should only be, in the practice of the yoga of the innate. Union is the word that is yoga, by the way. Yeah? So in the practice of the yoga of the innate, so if to be more consistent with the title in this first line, you can scratch that out because it's the exact same words used. Don't want you later to read that and go, wait, is it phrased differently in the first sentence? Yeah? No, the first sentence, the first part, in the practice of the yoga of the innate, there are two armors. So armors mean you have to protect yourself. You have to put on these two armors. The expression of the two armors, I've discovered, is not unique to him. His grandmaster definitely used it, and I don't know if it goes further back. His grandmaster was Gampopa. So in Gampopa's collected teachings, I found one section where Gampopa talked about the two armors. The way he talks about Gampopa's two armors is slightly different, but as in which belongs to what, but basically the contents are all the same. Okay? So here, there is the armor of outer view. Okay? So the armor of outer view, meaning how do you view things that happen to you? How should you regard things that happen to you? So this is the armor of outer view, meaning how do you relate to things that happen to you? How? Well, in which you avoid even the most subtle misdeeds and continuously engage in wholesome Dharma practices. In Gampopa's talking about this first armor, he phrased it a little differently. He phrased it as, do not lose sight of the Buddha's teachings on cause and effect, on causality. So what that means is, right, if and the practical meaning of that is this: avoid even the most subtle, unskillful actions, and continuously engage in virtuous Dharma practice. Continuously engage in actions of body, speech, and mind that are virtuous. And so the outer view is also saying then that if suffering arises, if suffering turns up at your door, don't blame, Understand that this is ripening of our own karma. Right? Footnote. I often say to people, it doesn't mean that, if you should be filing a lawsuit, you don't. If you ask me, please don't overextend these teachings to other areas. It's like perhaps in considering whether you should file a lawsuit for some situation or not, yes, take this to heart, but then this is not the final word. We live complicated lives, So if you decide to proceed with the lawsuit, keep malicious intent under control, okay? Keep, I want them to hurt for having hurt me, under control. Okay? But, you also don't want to turn into a doormat for people to step all over you. All my teachers that I know of, they don't do that either. We sometimes make the mistake of thinking, the teachers are all beyond this. I mean, it's very inspiring to think that the teachers are beyond this, but the reality is they face the challenges that we face. So if we really want to learn from them, look at how they face these challenges. In the face of these types of difficulties, how to pay bills. Maybe not how to feed the family, but how to feed the 30 monks. So anyway, here, even the most subtle misdeeds and continuously engage, right? Avoid that. So karma. Don't lose sight of causality. Then, not trying to abandon illness in the body or suffering. Outer body, inner mind is just Tibetan phrasing. So you should not try to get more out of that and say, you mean like outer body or there's an inner body? No, it's just a style of speaking externally. So not trying to abandon illness of the body or suffering of the mind is also part of this first armor. This is not a Christian Science style of, abandoning illness in the outer body. Don't go to the doctor, No, it's not that. It's saying when illness has already turned up, don't resent it. Not easy. When illness of the body has already turned up, don't resent it. Don't immediately say, how can I, this is terrible, this is unfair, how can I get rid of this? Work with it. Likewise, when mental suffering turns up, also don't resent it. Second, there's the armor of inner wisdom. So again, the outer and the inner. So how to view things, and wisdom is a deeper level of knowing. So both pertains to knowing, to know how to relate to suffering when it arises as physical or mental, and to understand that that is the result of causality. That's basically the first armor. The second armor pertains to clear seeing, this inner wisdom. And this is really where the Mahamudra proper starts. The rest is to unpack the second armor. So the second armor is not seeing the still and serene mind and the arising of blissful samadhi as something positive, and not seeking the lack of these as something negative, is the armor of wisdom. Samadhi is a word describing a state of mind that is settled and even and stable. Settled, even, stable. It's become constant, your ability to just not be disturbed by circumstances. It's become stable. That's samadhi. And it can be very blissful. As in, what a relief. Blissful in that sense. You're joyful when you experience, when you have the capacity to remain in that state. It's very pleasant. But he says here, not seeing the still and serene mind and the arising of blissful samadhi as something desirable, and not seeing the lack of these as something undesirable. This is not saying you don't train to give yourself a better chance of being serene and calm and not so easily triggered. It's not saying you don't cultivate that. It's not saying that you don't cultivate or uncultivate habits of suffering. But what it is saying is, if for whatever reason the bliss and the joyfulness disappears, don't get rattled. If for whatever reason annoyance and impatience and mental afflictions turn up, don't resent them. Don't resent them and therefore do what? Not just don't resent them, but you can do things with them. So you don't reject them. But don't reject them is not talking about feeding them, which is what we do now. We blindly feed these unhealthy habits. So this is speaking already to a more mature level of practice. So this teaching probably wasn't given to the Milarepa's yak herder at the beginning. At some point, probably. Actually, in that song, he does go into this. But at the beginning, obviously not at the beginning. So do understand that this teaching was probably given to someone who already has some measure of being able to experience a still and serene mind to the point of the arising of this blissful, happy, stable state of mind. So if we really want to practice these instructions, we need to have tasted the still and serene mind leading to blissful samadhi. Because otherwise it's just, thunder without rain. It's one thing if you have the ability to turn on still and serene mind, right? And then disturbances come and you know it's not a problem. It's one thing to know from experience that it's not a problem. It's another thing to just intellectualize and say, oh, it's all, you know. So often we have people who, oh, it's all, and then something goes wrong, you know. Like their mouse doesn't work, you know. They can like completely turn into a demon. You know, you're like, oh, I thought you're the Mahamudra state. So this is already, as I said, a mature state, a matured state of practice already, or you have evolved, you have developed to a point where now you have the ability to experience the still and serene mind, and even to the point of the arising of blissful samadhi. But can you see how you should not fixate on that being desirable? Because once you fixate on that being desirable, it's just how the way things are. Once you have a preference, then you have its opposite turning up. In the Taoist text, Lao Tzu's Tao Te Ching, it explores this issue in some detail, you know. And it says, the notion of beauty is dependent on the notion of ugly. The notion of loving is dependent on the notion of hateful. It says, the true sage is prior to the world bifurcating into these two opposites. How do we go back to this original home where things are not bifurcated into like and don't like? One thing for sure, you cannot just sit here and say, okay, I'm going to stop liking and disliking. It probably won't work. But instead, what you have to do is to work through these feelings of liking and disliking by plumbing to, by entering into a deeper level of what is really behind liking and disliking. And so here he says, with these two armors, so put on these two armors, then you will be able to view conceptualities with the eyes of wisdom. So now we have come to the more Mahamudra part of training the mind. So conceptualities. What are conceptualities? Basically, the whole collection of both cognitive and emotive processes, right? Sometimes we call my mind and my heart, feelings, and the content of intellect, intellectualization. And so emotive, the feelings, and thoughts. All these fall under what we call here conceptualities. Now, why conceptualities is the focus here? Because when we suffer, it's the result of concepts, conceptuality. When we enjoy happiness, it's because of conceptualities, because of having concepts. Again, you cannot, sorry?
Isn't there innate suffering and innate enjoying of things?
Maybe there is, but on this level, it wants you to see that it's the mind. Yeah? It's the mind and what the mind projects out. Like yesterday I talked about, we don't actually touch anything out there. Right? Things out there might be a trigger, like a catalyst, right? And that catalyst is often immediately drops off, after it has done its job, right? It immediately drops off. Then what we're left with is not the catalyst. It's our layers and layers of stuff related to the catalyst. So you see the latest model of a Mercedes, and that's already gone, Your layers and layers of concepts about that Mercedes, is now what you're left with. And then all suffering and happiness depends on those layers. All neutral, right? So if you didn't know what it is, it just passes, then it's neutral. But then if this is something you're longing after, worse yet, you got close to getting one of these. And then you lost all your savings because your stupid friend told you to invest. Right? So then all of that now becomes, occupies your reality. And that is the reality that needs to be understood more clearly. So he says, you keep these two armors. Then when you have these two armors, then you can begin to see more clearly what these concepts are, what these conceptualities are. Concepts will never arise, or conceptualities will never arise when you are undistracted. So the practice of non-distraction is a point of training in Mahamudra training. This is not Mahamudra training, okay? This is instructions to give you a certain kind of understanding and disposition. If you want to train Mahamudra, there's a more systematic way of training. So despite earlier when I talked about it, I also don't want you the impression of like there is no systematic training. Even with Kyoba Rinpoche, who doesn't say you have to do this followed by this, there's always a system of training. If there's no system of training, then it's useless. In the sense that like sometimes I have people telling me, oh, I really like what you said. I really like these teachings. It makes so much sense, Truthfully, what I want to say to them is, yeah, good, I'm not impressed. Not that you're trying to impress me, but I have to say I'm not impressed. Why? Because, and this is maybe my bias, yeah, what I just told you, how can you not accept? As in, it's so obvious. So big deal, you got it. The real big deal is now you're going to do something about it. How many times, myself included, have been so inspired going to some teaching, and I think it's a big deal. In fact, it's not a big deal. It's just saying your eyes are horizontal and your nose is vertical. Now go do something about it. That's the part that, really? I have to do something about it? You mean it's not enough to just know that? Well, if you can know that and sustain that knowing, sure, then there's nothing else to do. It's sustain the knowing, right? So to know that you have never been separated from this innate state, well, it's helpful to know, but can you keep that knowledge? Right? Because the problem is not that you were ever separated from this innate state. The problem is experiencing the separation. So to counteract experiencing separation, you have to reunify. You need yoga. You need to be united. Fundamentally, you have never been separated. But because of the delusion of separation, now we need the delusion of union to overcome the delusion of separation. Got it? So, much ado about nothing, right? And yet we have to do. If we don't, then we will just continue in our delusion of separation. So we apply the method knowing that it's a form of delusion, the delusion of unifying, of union. So here, it says, when you are undistracted, so the practice of non-distraction. So there is a systematic way of training in non-distraction. It's a state of mind that is content to be right here and not run all over the place. But, he says here, yet some may emerge when distracted. So in the course of training in non-distraction, when you go cook your food, when you go to the market to buy things, when you go shower, some degree of distraction arises. And then when that arises, then conceptualities will arise. He says, well then, are conceptualities to be abandoned when they arise? I would use a stronger word, and I think it communicates what he's trying to say. Are conceptualities to be resented when they arise? So meaning, when you are able to kind of habituate undistracted mind, and therefore conceptuality subsiding. And why is that good? Because it's very enjoyable. Because conceptuality is very tiresome. It is. It's like this tune that you get stuck in your head and it just won't leave. Apparently, I was listening to BBC and they're interviewing some expert. Like certain notes arranged to each other have a more likely chance of getting stuck in people's heads. Yes. Anyway. It's very tiresome, these conceptualities. So, part of the training in Mahamudra does involve letting the conceptuality subside by getting better and better at being undistracted. But on the level of training, it's controlled experiment. You're in the lab. And no matter how good you can be in the lab, you still have to go do your groceries. And he's saying, and when you go do your groceries, some conceptualities may emerge. Well then, when they emerge, should you resent them and say, I want to get rid of you? Abandon them. They are not. He says, no, don't do that. Don't resent. As much as it is really tiresome. He says, don't. They are not. They should be viewed as having good qualities. Conceptualities have good qualities? Yes. Or you should regard them. The translation here is still very literal, but it's like you should regard them as having good qualities, as being kind, and as being indispensable. Okay, don't fixate on the words, right? Like, you don't mean indispensable, you mean very useful, don't you? Yes, yes. But he says, have this attitude. Now, all this is in the context of you are mainly training in non-distraction. So you're mainly enjoying a mind that is no longer triggered and inflamed and everything has cooled down. Then once in a while, he says, when the conceptualities turn up, then what do you do then? He says, then at that point, you should regard them as having good qualities, as being kind, as being indispensable. Why is that? In relying on conceptualities, the power of wisdom manifests. Remember, I talked about how knowing is what we are trying to grow, not more or less stress. Less stress is a byproduct of really developing this mind. But it's not the final goal. The final goal is knowing more clearly. So sometimes people say, the kind of like generosity or compassion where the person is not even aware of, oh, that's really good. But in terms of training ourselves to be more generous and more patient, the Buddha did say, no, you should recognize when you feel generous. Recognize what? Recognize the feeling tone of generosity, and going, this is good. I should, find ways, where I can have access to this more often. Rather than, oh, he's just peaceful, and then you have no understanding. It's like peace comes to you without rhyme or reason. Or suffering comes to you without rhyme or reason. That's the equivalent of apparently somebody did a poll, and there are more people who believe that there is heaven but doesn't believe there is hell. Not that I want you to believe in there is hell. I am just pointing out that discrepancy, Because it feels good. So we want to develop knowing. This quality of knowing. That's another of the qualities of this mind. It is spacious, expansive, without center or periphery, all pervasive, but it also has the quality of knowing. So this power of wisdom can manifest. So non-conceptuality will not be accomplished as a result by abandoning conceptualities, by resenting conceptualities. This is not how you experience a non-conceptual mind. A mind free from mental chatter doesn't come from you resenting mental chatter and trying to shove them out when they turn up, but rather you work with them. Instead, look at where a particular emotion or thought arises from in the first place. And when you look there, and you look and you look, you will see that nothing arises outside of that space that your mind has, here called the emptiness of mind. That nothing arises outside of that all-pervasive nature of your mind. And that's why so much stuff can actually turn up. If you give physical form to all your thoughts, they say this whole universe cannot contain them. You have to rent a couple of other universe storage space. There's no storage facility enough in this universe if we give form to all our thoughts. Nothing arises outside of this space of the mind itself. So this is like clouds arising in empty space. Look where they go in the end. They do not go anywhere beyond yourself, just as bubbles dissolve back into water. By looking at how they abide in the present, you see that their essence is not established as anything at all. And so they do not abide anywhere. They then come from somewhere outside the mind, the space of the mind, the spaciousness of the mind. When they disappear, they don't, move themselves to somewhere outside of this same space of mind. And even when they are present, they are never really present in any concrete way, because they are the product of a mistaken mind. This Buddhist university called Naropa University used to have an in-house newspaper called The Dot, and the byline is, "Nothing happens and we report it." Unfortunately, that byline has become the news industry's byline, whether they know it or not. Nothing happens and we report it, in a bad way. They add the dum dum dum, right? Maybe not so much here, but in places where there's winter weather more obvious, they make such a drama out of snow coming, with the music and images of people rushing to the store. It's like they're in cahoots with the grocery stores. That's pretty clear. Remember toilet paper? Come on, tell me you did not. At some point, we all succumb to it, okay? It's just a matter of degree. Nothing happens and we report it, right? So here, nothing happens, as in the arising, the abiding, and the ceasing. It's all like clouds, And what are clouds, right? So the analogy of clouds, like what are clouds, right? They're droplets of water that gather temporarily, and enough of it gather, you have rain. They become heavy enough, the conditions are there, then they come down as rain. And then if they don't, it's not like they've gone somewhere else. It's just temporarily they are not turning into rain. And so all the activity that is happening in the sky makes it possible. And the sky is this mind. So in that exercise that we started with this morning, cultivating some understanding of that sky-like nature of mind, what does that do? On the practical level, what that does is, we don't feel so helplessly trapped. We feel that there's more space. That whatever it is, it's more workable. My proverbial, don't lock yourself in a broom closet with 9 cats. Even if you're a cat lover, you will know not to do that. 9 cats in a broom closet. What do you expect? They're going to claw at each other and they're going to claw at you. But that's the nature of our suffering, We keep locking ourselves into a closet with 9 crazy cats. Why are they crazy? Because you shoved them in the closet. Otherwise, they're just cats. So if you have a meadow, the 9 cats are fine. Once in a while, they might claw at each other, but after a while, those who like to play with each other will continue to play. Those who don't like each other, they'll just wander off. But we lock ourselves in this closet, shove the cats in, and say, I'm suffering. It's so unfair. But we have never been separated from this sky-like nature, but we are experiencing separation right now. So then samsara turns up. Then the cycle of confusion and suffering is all we can see. It's all we are experiencing. Nothing arises outside the emptiness of mind itself, like the example of clouds arising in empty space. Look where they go in the end. They do not go anywhere beyond yourself, just as bubbles dissolve back into water. And by looking at how they abide in the present, even when they are present, are they really that concretely there? Actually, no. You see that their essence is not established as anything at all, meaning their essence cannot be definitively pinned down and say, there it is. You see that their essence is not established as anything at all, and so they do not abide anywhere. It's all generalization. When we say, oh, something is beautiful, it's a generalization. You say something is ugly, it's a generalization. Everybody hates that person, generalization. Everybody loves that person, generalization. Is there a problem with generalization? No. Where's the problem? Believing what you have generalized to be the way things are. So you can still generalize because, otherwise you can't do anything. You can still generalize that if you see green at the traffic light, you can have fairly safe passage, but there's never a guarantee, right? Someone in the other, in the crossway is not going to come at you. But reasonably you can generalize. Unless you're in India, that's a different story. All those things are just general suggestions,
Especially in
It's just a suggestion. There's a certain flexibility, which we don't understand that. So for us, it's stressful chaos. So this is, again, this example is really, an apt example. It shows how much our own rigidity, which we call order, can be completely insane to some other context. It's like, no, it's not like there are no rules. There are rules driving in India. Just not your rules. That's why you try to go drive there, you cause major accident. Just like when they come over here, it cause major accident, you know. I have people, myself sometimes I say, oh my God, these people don't follow the rules. No, they follow rules that I don't understand. I barely see, accidents there. And part of the rule there, whether we like it or not, is that when there's an accident, it's a real big deal. People don't get killed in the accident. People get killed in the aftermath of an accident. And that serves as a deterrent. I'm not saying it's better than our system. No, it's not. I don't want to drive in that set of rules, It's just saying these rules, right? So we have a particular set of rules. It's not yet a problem. We have generalizations, not yet a problem. Just know the tentative nature of your generalization. Know the kind of conditionality of the rules that you're working with. We're supposed to break, right?
Yeah, we're supposed to have a meal.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Before 2:00.
Okay. We can quickly do something. Yeah.
I mean, we can have a short break.
Yeah.
A meal.
So we'll try to start in half an hour.
Okay.
We'll try to start in half an hour so that we can finish.
We can do it.
Yeah, really, we can finish fairly on time. Yeah. So we need to come back in half an hour or so,
Yeah.
and then go from there.
Do that.
glorious guide, lord of the four kayas, crown ornament of the entire Dakpokagyu, leader of wandering beings, revealer of the supreme path, lord of compassion, regent of the Buddhas, kind beyond peer, incomparable teacher, Lord Vajradhara, all-knowing protector, the great Drigungpa. I supplicate you, look at us with compassion, grant your blessings of the two accomplishments now, bestow the fruit of the spontaneous establishment of the two benefits. So generally when these Mahamudra teachings, Mahamudra instructions, Mahamudra methods are given, if, for example, if we look at Gampopa, which in many ways is the first person to bring about elements of practice that are already there, done in some form or another, he kind of brings them together in the 11th century and presents a fairly cohesive approach to how to bring together all these different traditions of practice. In fact, even in India, these different traditions of practice, at one point or another, they came about in contrast to each other. Sometimes even in opposition to each other. If we do a historical study of how these traditions developed, sometimes they arose kind of like in opposition to each other. Yes, even Buddhists argue and maybe even fight. But at a certain point in India, the Buddhist community, especially the one that is centered in this great institution of learning called Nalanda, and Nalanda being one of three kind of centers of higher learning, not just in Buddhism, but in the culture of learning of India. There was Vikramasila, another important seat of learning. Somapuri, another important seat of learning. Nalanda is maybe the more prominent of the three. But in these places, there were a concerted effort to bring these different elements, sometimes even opposing elements, and to read them together, you could say, reconfigure them together so that they are not opposing, but they become complementary. I think one of the great achievements for the overall Buddhist community to finally go, oh, actually, they fit together like a jigsaw puzzle. Right? So this putting together was something that was done. And so likewise, Gampopa put together, I would say, these elements that from his own experience, from his own realizations, from his teacher's guidance. And in terms of teacher's guidance, he basically had two mainstream of influence in his own practice. One was a tradition that could be directly traced to Nalanda and Somapuri and Vikramasila, this kind of more systematic. So when he first became a spiritual person, he joined a monastic community that emphasized that. They were known as the Kadampas. And most of his life, to the day he died, he operated within that system. But he apprenticed with this wandering yogi in the mountains called Milarepa for a significant period of time as well. And what Milarepa was able to help him with is to ignite the realizations that he was getting close to in his other training, but never quite able to kind of break through to the other side. But don't misunderstand, even when he broke through, so to say, to the other side, he did not disown like his main kind of grounding tradition, the Kadampas. Because it wasn't a case of, oh, this doesn't work, I need something that works. More, this is not working for me, I can't get to the next step, the next stage. I've arrived at the door, you know. Right? It's like, but the key to get in is not working. And he found that key, which was Milarepa. Now, Milarepa represented a tradition that was still far from being a tradition. He just wandered the mountains after receiving instructions from his teacher, called Marpa, who went to India and Nepal for a total of about 20 years, and trained and received training and engaged in translating the teachings from an Indian and Nepali context into a Tibetan context. So Milarepa's teacher was Marpa. But Milarepa did not necessarily spend a lot of time learning theory from Marpa. He had a lot of faith in Marpa's instructions that he just applied the instructions. So he did not become Marpa's kind of true successor in terms of scholarship. Marpa was clearly had scholarly abilities, but Milarepa did not inherit that side of Marpa's expertise. It was Marpa's other students. So Milarepa was able to put the instructions into practice and then obtain results. Gampopa comes along. Gampopa doesn't need a theory. He already has from his, the tradition that he first joined. So the joining of these two traditions results in what we call Gagyupa. And so there it combines structure and free flow. So in various degrees of this combination, Gampopa taught different students. He was a very impressive teacher. Lots of people came to train with him, but primarily he was known as a meditation master, Gampopa, not so much book learning. Like, for example, he didn't spend a lot of time learning the ins and outs of Buddhist philosophy, of Buddhist debate, which there were other communities that specialized in things like that. So in Gampopa's presentation of Mahamudra, he often would start off by reminding his audience, first, you really need to kind of be more and more in tune and alert to the fact of impermanence. So we have heard this word a lot. If you've hung out with Buddhists long enough, yeah, this is like one of those words that are repeated a lot, right? Impermanence, impermanence, impermanence. Change. And the felt sense of impermanence, or in the face of impermanence, what do we feel? Uncertainty. Right? That's the... what is the impact of impermanence? It produces a feeling of uncertainty. Then, from uncertainty, it produces a feeling of discomfort. Then, from discomfort, maybe to like avoidance, right? So the whole gamut. So, Gampopa will always begin by saying, please start paying attention to the changing nature of everything, and therefore the unreliability of you trying to hang your sense of self and then self-worth and self-image and self-esteem and self-blah blah blah, self-actualization on factors that are ultimately unreliable, constantly shifting, changing, where you have very minimal control of. Don't identify with changing, shifting conditions as I or mine. So drop this I or mine built on unstable, shifting sand. It's like building sand castles. He says, see that clearly. Then, when things come into existence or fall apart, they come into existence or fall apart according to some principles. There is a logic to it. It's not haphazard. And that logic is the logic or the principle of causality. Then causality in terms of how everything, right, that turns up, everything that exists due to causes and conditions, aggregating together in a certain way, then certain things exist for a certain time, and then when those causes and conditions dispersed, then whatever it is, whether it's a thing, whether it's a feeling, whether it's a relationship, yeah, they are gone. Yeah, so all conditioned phenomena, we should know they are not only conditioned and therefore unreliable and therefore shifting and changing, but the way they shift and the way they change and the way they come about and the way they dissolve, there is a logic, the logic of causality. Then, more importantly, the take-home lesson of the logic of causality is whatever cause is created, the results correspond with it. Meaning, then the real take-home point here is, if we create causes of suffering, then the result of suffering inevitably comes. If we create the causes of happiness, then the results of happiness inevitably come. So, again, Gampopa will always remind people these points. Then, he will also then go from there and talk about the faults or the shortcomings of what we call samsaric existence. Samsaric existence is an existence where it's cyclical in terms of confusion constantly feeding itself and churning things out. That as long as we live under the power of confusion, even when things seems to be going really well, the shadow of that is always there. So in other words, don't get too comfortable when things go well. Also, don't get too discouraged when things don't seem to go our way. That is part of the good news of impermanence, if you want some good news. Yeah? But the fact of impermanence is neither good nor bad news. It just is, right? But we have labels. So in some cases, putting on the label of unreliable, therefore don't fixate on it, becomes a skillful label. But you see how you can also turn the label into unskillful. Unreliable, woe is me, this world is meaningless. Poor me. And then it becomes unskillful. When it's good news, if you put a label of good news, then, change is not bad. It means we don't need to be stuck in our stuff with no end in sight. In fact, end. It's not so much over there. End. It's about finding the switch and turning on the lights. The end to suffering is not so much getting somewhere over there. The end of suffering involves maybe groping around in the dark for the light switch. Once you find the light switch, it's turn it on. Then they say, right, the darkness that have existed for 3 incalculable eons in one instance is dispelled with flipping on the light switch. So often these are the so-called preliminary foundational instructions and reminders. Then later they got codified into what's known as the 4 contemplations or the 4 considerations that reverse the mind, turns the mind from the distractions of cyclic existence, confused existence. Reorientate our direction, reorientate our lives, to orbit differently. Don't orbit around the 3 poisons, orbit your life around the 3 jewels. So those teachings are often given, not only because they are the necessary foundation, but also because when you finally get to the result, you would see that the results are none other than the insights from the foundation. In some ways, the Buddha already revealed, what the end is, which is what he taught in the basic foundational level. Everything else that he taught is how to get that into our thick heads. How to drill that in. It's everything else. So the foundational is also important for that reason. Not just that it needs to serve as a basis for fancier things to happen later. No, all the fancier things that you do later is in order to get what's taught at the beginning into our system. So that's why Gampopa would emphasize that. But we often think, it's just, at best we think it's the layer that boring foundation you need to pour before you can build your fancy mansion, It's not. It turns out that the foundation is the mansion. So the analogy breaks down. Because here we're saying the whole purpose of building the rest of the house is to show how beautiful the foundation is. But it is in the case of the Dharma, it is. So you can look at like the life of the Buddha. You could say that, you know, the biggest like unveiling of the secret was at the first teaching called the turning of the wheel of Dharma, 4 noble truths. Then next 45 years. Oh boy, you still don't get it? Okay, let me put it to you this way. Then date after tomorrow. Still don't get it? Here, let's see. Okay, how about this? Good? Got it? Got it? Okay, good. All right. Then again, really? Again? Okay, let me think. Right? So the next 45 years is basically just that. Like, how am I going to drill this into your heads and hearts? So 84,000 dharmas. So, but we make the mistake of like, ooh, the profound teaching, Mahamudra, ooh. Thinking that something else is going to be revealed. No, already 4 noble truths. Everything about the reality state is right there. You know. Then 45 years of Shakyamuni's hard work. Yeah, until it says, you know, after 45 years, yeah, that meal, apparently the legend says, he was offered this meal called pig's ear. It's unclear whether it's a meal consisting of pig's ear, or they also say it could be a mushroom called pig's ear. In any case, whether mushroom or rotten meat, he got food poisoning from that last meal. But the legend says that he knew that it wasn't, that it was not good. So he, for once, he said to his disciples, "Nobody eat this. This is mine." Then he ate as much of it as he could. Then the rest he said, "Please bury that." And they're like, "What is up with him?" You know. Usually he shares, not today. You know. Then dysentery. It says. Then he got weaker and weaker, and he said, "You know, it's because that meal." And there it becomes a teachable moment, and he said that this is the karmic result of one past lifetime, many lives ago. He was a doctor, and he was careless in treating this one illness that went through the whole village, and he was careless in his prescription. So he wasn't even intending to harm anyone, but he was careless nonetheless, and his prescription caused the death of people in that village. And so even though then from that life on, you know, there was a lot of purification, in the end, there's still some residual ripening where he died of dysentery. So karma, you know, causality, cannot be taken lightly. Should not be taken lightly. Even though Vajrayana material is very bombastic. Talk really big, you know. Like you know those like mantra things, you know. And it says, you know, from the Waterfall Sutra, it says anyone who walks underneath, you know, this mantra, you know, negative karma of 60 billion lifetimes will be purified. You know. So, yeah, so I have one of those like above my, when I was teaching college, I have one of those like above my office door, you know, which is typically where you put them, you know, you put them there. So after a while, some students kind of like pay attention and see what it says. And then it became kind of like a running joke. Like students will, you know, there's a classroom, 2 or 3 classrooms at the end of the hallway from where my office was. Some students will come and just walk in and out of that door. I'm like, what are you doing? A test coming up. It's like we figured it won't hurt, So they were walking in and out, in and out, in and out. That, of course, purifying negative karma of 60 billion lifetimes sounds pretty good, except that we have had infinitely more lifetimes in the past than 60 billion. So that's just like a drop in the bucket, even if it does purify. So causality, isn't something that we should take lightly and be reckless about. Better be very careful. So Guru Rinpoche Pemasambhava, he says, my view, my heart is as expansive as space, as the sky. But my actions are finer than each mote of flower. Has to be fine and precise. And this is how we have to relate to causality. So then, from these kind of foundational things, then, from there, also in these instructions, Gampopa will often then frame the whole path or the practice in terms of the two bodhicittas. Bodhicitta means awakening mind. Or it can also mean awakened mind, as in both the process of awakening and the result of having awoken from. So that is also called ultimate bodhicitta, which is awakened mind, and awakening mind, relative bodhicitta. So relative bodhicitta is the bodhisattva practices of the motivation of pursuing the bodhisattva way for the benefit of all beings and actually cultivating all the bodhisattva qualities for the benefit and sake of all beings. That's relative bodhicitta. Then ultimate bodhicitta is the nature of mind itself. But here, remember, in this tradition, even though realizing the nature of mind is, right, the fruit, the result of practice, but the practice itself utilizes the result. So this is sometimes called, the fruit or the result becomes the path. Like the destination becomes the journey. Not the journey is the destination. The destination is the journey, so to say, right? So then he will teach that. In this one text, he actually talks about, as I mentioned, the two armors. Even though he says, the first is the armor of view, so same vocabulary, which is abandoning negative actions and fostering positive qualities. And the second is the armor of insight, which means here he defines the armor of wisdom or the armor of insight as not to shy away from illnesses and physically, on the physical level, don't shy away from illness, and then on the mental level, don't shy away from the gamut of thoughts and conceptualities. So overall, basically, this first text that we looked at by Kyoba Jigden Sumgun, and then Gampopa, who is his spiritual grandfather, basically they cover the same ground, just slightly how they... So you can see, it was never meant to be like a definitive classification of things. Yeah? The Gagyu style is not about hair splitting and, being precise about, how many splits should this hair be split into. Which was an occupation of different practice traditions. And it it's justifiable because it says if wisdom is precise, right, you cannot get there by being fuzzy. So you should polish, you should sharpen your mind. They say the problem is not a thinking mind. The problem is a thinking mind that is unruly. Right? So you can put thinking to good use. That is the tradition primarily represented by His Holiness the Dalai Lama. So he's always education, education, education. Of course, he's not talking about collecting information. He says educating the heart. So the more you can see the kind of layers and layers of how your emotions work, by looking at subtler and subtler and subtler points. Of course, through concepts. Now, this is, I think, a real disagreement. I'll leave it to you which one you agree with, But I will point out it's a real disagreement here, because Gampopa and his spiritual descendants will say, when you start using concepts to bring clarity to concepts, you easily get all tied up by concepts. But the other side will say, that's because you have no skill. That's how you get tied up by concepts. We use concepts to free us from concepts. So maybe then it's about, what is your karmic makeup, right? And what works better for you? And I believe, yeah, of course, it's like that. The Buddha never said, I mean, if it was, right, so definitive in terms of everybody has to go through the same program, why didn't the Buddha just spell out the program, end of story? Precisely because the Buddha never spelled out this supposed program shows us it's all very much depending on who at what point and what's needed. So that kind of flexibility, I think, is necessary. So it's not for the lazy. Because the lazy would just be, just tell me what to do. And you're like, no, it doesn't work that way. Anyway, so he talks about the two armors. Then here, coming back to our text, right? It says, by analytically meditating on conceptuality as birthless, no matter how it goes, no matter how your concepts, your feelings, your emotions, meaning they turn pleasant, they turn unpleasant. So no matter how conceptuality goes, you will gain the experiential understanding that all phenomena of samsara and nirvana do not exist apart from your own mind. So why are you meditating on conceptuality? Why are you here? It's interesting, he says, analytically meditating. So even in this Kagyupa tradition, right, the use of analysis is not completely rejected. It's a matter of degree. Like how much study is necessary before you go on the road. When you go on the road, you still have to pay attention to those theories of driving, of defensive driving, of careful driving. So here, analytically meditating on conceptuality as birthless, and so, as I said, this is not a practice manual. This is more like giving some tips to a particular student. In places where he does, he composed, Kyopa Jigten Sumgön, for example, I know, composed one text about, as a practice manual, there are exercises that you do, how to analytically meditate on conceptuality as birthless. birthless means, even though it seems like it has appeared, that it came from somewhere, now look into it to see, is it really there? Then these meditation exercises would show how they are there superficially. When you lean in and look closer, its existence cannot be verified. Then, of course, I think just that knowledge is not enough yet, because just with that knowledge, then you say, oh, not verifiable, so this is just a haphazard world we live in. Here, its existence cannot be verified when you lean in. And then, what is, therefore what? Therefore, don't fixate. Don't get stuck. If you do get stuck, it's not because the thing, the object, is a trap. It's your own conceptuality that has trapped you. See that, realize that, let go of that. In our text, he doesn't say so much about how you analytically meditate on conceptuality as birthless. So elsewhere, Gampopa says, when practicing meditation, you should verbally say to yourself, this mind is birthless, without beginning, without end, and without essence. Without beginning, without end, without essence. And he actually prescribes, say this verbally to yourself 3 times. I said, Buddhists like 3. Say this 3 times. Then he says, settle your mind. Then reflect again intellectually on this statement. It is without beginning, without end, essenceless, leading to the same point that Jigten Sungön talks about here, which is all phenomena of bondage and freedom, which is what samsara and nirvana means, do not exist apart from this mind. So this is a one step in the system of training to bring home powerfully the point that essentially, whether there is or not a tree out there, Buddha is not a physicist, Buddha is not concerned about the material status of that tree. But what Buddha is concerned about is your perception of that tree and your reaction to the tree that you perceive, that. So when the text says something like, nothing in samsara and nirvana exists apart from mind, right? We are making a mistake when we think this is a statement along scientific lines. Of course, there is fashionable these days to say, well, quantum physics says. But if you know anything about the scientific field is, in 50 years they will say something else. Not because it's sloppy, but it's the nature of the scientific inquiry. You keep, right? And I think like religion and the people who see a fight between religion and science and try to reconcile it by saying they agree or they don't agree, part of it is not understanding the scientific method. So for me, I say If it helps you, good, but don't invest too much, because what if the science says, actually now, right? It's the scientific project is to come up with conceptual frameworks that allows certain things to happen. Right? Like Newton's law, right? Right? The 3 laws of Newton or something like that? Does anyone know?
Energy can't be created or destroyed.
Right. So the 3 laws of Newton, apparently at least 2 of them now has been like obsolete, right? But on the basis of those 2, plus the 3rd one, is how we come to the point of flying a ton in the air. But the knowledge about the 3 laws of Newton have been superseded. But that knowledge was enough, to get a ton flying in the sky. So when this relativism now is used by some people to say, well, it's all relative. Yeah, fly a ton in the air, then I will accept your version of facts, It's like, it's not just out for grabs. There is relative reality that you cannot ignore. Even if ultimately, right, it's uncertain. But confusing the levels of truth leads to a lot of mischief, leads to a lot of trouble. So here, this point of saying that they do not exist apart from your own mind is not making it's not a description, it's a prescription. These are prescriptive words, not descriptive words, primarily. So relate to them as a prescription, saying, can you operate on seeing how all your experiences originates from mind, happening in mind, will dissolve back into mind. And suddenly you're like, wow. I can do a lot of things now with regards to suffering and happiness. Suddenly it's not something out there, right? Now here Kyopa Rinpoche is kind of sharing some experiences that he knows if you follow these insights and train in a more systematic way, by maintaining that, first an experience like snow falling onto a lake will arise. Second, an experience like a fire blazing through a forest will arise. And finally, an experience like meeting an old friend will arise. Yeah, you're like, what's going on here? It's a secret. What do you think snow falling onto a lake? What's that referring to?
It must be impermanence because the snowflake will disintegrate immediately.
So basically, remember Tibet snowstorms. Like snowstorm is really fierce, right? But when it goes down onto the lake, instantaneously. So snow are these conceptualities. So it says at the beginning of training, the training is not given here, so you cannot take this and go home and train. Sorry. You have to commit to a training program. But here are like some of the insights, and then when you train in a more systematic way, then he says at the beginning you will get an experience where your monkey mind, your gossiping mind, your chattering mind, all the chatter will kind of be like, all your thoughts will be experienced like snowflakes dissolving into the ocean, into the lake. At first. Second, an experience like a fire blazing through a forest will arise. Right? Then there is also a more kind of like an active part of that same experience. Just like a fire sweeping through a forest. Everything in its path is taken out. So this is talking about, at first it's a very quiet, calming experience of conceptualities subsiding. When you keep at it, right, then you experience a blazing quality to conceptualities kind of destroyed. But interestingly, the third one, an experience like meeting an old friend will arise. Now, conceptualities is not an enemy. No need to drown it, no need to burn it. It's an old friend. If you have lived long enough, you will have, right, these old friends, you're like, they're never going to change. You know? Yeah, she's going to complain and complain and complain, right? Or the opposite, you know, they're never going to change, you know, no matter what happens. They'll live like they're in La La Land, right? But with regards to both, you also come to a point that you're like, and also now I don't need them to change. I know exactly who he is, who she is, and it's all just fine. We're old friends. So this third stage is where you arrive at, so that you have no need to drown the conceptualities into nothing. You have no need to burn them into nothing. It's like an old friend. It's like meeting an old friend. In fact, there's some fondness. Oh, you again. Ah, yes, I know you. So when you no longer need to look for where conceptuality arises in the beginning, where it abides in the middle, and where it goes in the end, in the beginning you have to do this. This is part of the program. But it says when you no longer need to look for where conceptuality arises, abides, and goes in the end, and that is when you begin to see conceptuality as an old friend. At that point then, you go beyond arising, abiding, and ceasing, which is basically what we experience now. Everything comes, stays a little bit, goes away. Then the biggest version of that is our own life. Born, stays a little bit, but we think the little bit is forever. And then when it's close to getting gone, it's like, oh. But you can go beyond arising, abiding, and ceasing. The going beyond arising, abiding, and ceasing happens on the microcosmic level. Going beyond the arising, abiding, and ceasing of one thought moment. If you can go beyond that, the moment you can go beyond one thought moment in its arising, abiding, and ceasing behavior, meaning you go beyond, meaning you become free from that. It's not like the arising, abiding, and ceasing is not happening. It's you are not encumbered by it. But if you are able to experience that on the microscopic level, then the business of birth and death is no longer a problem. Not the other way around. Do you know what I mean? We tend to think it's the other way around, that I need to overcome my fear of death. Teach me how. No, in the Buddhist way, it says, if you can see how within a thought moment, there is a moment of arising, followed by a moment of existing, abiding, followed by a moment of disintegration. If you can free yourself from one thought moment, then you have solved the problem of birth and death. You have unentangled yourself. You become free. So this is, it says, then that itself is what we call the Dharmakaya, which is the form of the form, the corpus, the substance of reality itself. Then, elsewhere, Mahamudra instruction says, the mind is Dharmakaya itself. The mind is the true body of the Buddha, which is the body of reality, which is the substance of reality. So Buddha, the Guru, Buddha, and you, inseparable, poetically speaking. Right? Inseparable. Not like, Buddha here, Guru here, you here, group hug, Not inseparable in that way. Although, you can think of that sometimes. So on the other page, meeting and parting, following conceptualities, creating something from nothing, blocking hopes, entertaining doubts, with remorse, abandon these from the bottom of your heart. With remorse here, again, don't fixate on that word, it's just an expression. It means remorse as in, oh, they're so foolish. Like, abandon them from the bottom of your heart. Blocking hopes, entertaining doubts, creating something from nothing. This is a description of what we do, And it says, now you can just toss them off. Like, why did I carry these around? This completes the innate yoga of Mahamudra. Ready to sign up Mingyur Rinpoche's program? Somebody can provide you a link. No, I'm not connected to him or to them. In full disclosure, never met him. Not trying to meet him, so that, I put a plug in. Just, he has a well-supported program. Want to keep, you're curious,
I felt spontaneously reminded of thus respect Zarathustra with these
Hermann Hesse?
no, that's
Oh, okay, Nietzsche.
with this picture of the snow, of the fire, and meeting a friend. He speaks of the stages of the personality, like the camel, the lion, and finally the child lion figure that comes out. This all, so the development from unknowing, from very passive like snow to fierce fire to the friend. I wonder if Nietzsche actually knew this picture from some other literature, maybe.
possible in terms, I mean, there's like a more linear consideration, which is then you're like, well, he was reading, you know.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so that's a more linear, right?
Yeah.
The non-linear explanation would be anyone who looks into their own mind and look long enough and hard enough is going to meet certain processes that will resonate, you know. And so in a way you could also say he discovered certain aspects of maybe probably just by himself.
For me, the question is always, and this reminds, who's the looker? Who is looking?
Oh, yes, Mahamudra does that.
Yeah, and I think that's the most important question.
It's all important. You cannot bake a cake with only flour. You can't have a cake if you don't have flour or, you know, gluten-free substitutes.
Well, in the end, it's yoga, it's the union. All is one.
Which, ironically, it's not union. There's no union when it's never separated in the first place.
Yeah.
Actually, Buddhist style is a little hesitant to say all is one. It's a monistic system.
Yeah, I thought,
Yeah, Buddhists actually kind of stand a little shy from all is one. The Upanishads are very much into all is one. But Buddhists are a little suspicious,
So,
just as a style. Again,
as a start, but in the end,
I don't know.
Isn't Buddhism, I always conceive Buddhism as a monistic system that
Many Buddhist philosophers reject that and say that there are important differences, but that's okay. It doesn't matter.
Buddhism is certainly not dualistic.
Yeah, but there are other options. It's not either dualistic or monistic.
So the perceiver and the perceived are the same. Are the perceiver and the perceived the same?
It's interdependent. One cannot exist without the other. See, that's why some Buddhist philosophers say no, it's not monistic because it keeps resisting you shoving it into that corner. And then they're like, no, it's not one, it's not two. There's something going on, is all I'm saying. Like, so we should allow these differences to exist in the world because the world is really colorful, you know, when you have so I lived in Nashville with a lot of all one bumper stickers, you know. I was like, be careful that the all one doesn't become all one and one is me. Of course, we all don't want that, of course, you know, at least we, in our best selves, we say we don't want that, right? But let all the different colors, different flowers flourish, you know. And so this is a tradition that resists being shoved into the all one corner. And so it's almost like, why are you so stubborn? Yes, it's not two. It's like that's as far as I want to go.
And what's Mahamudra in the very end? What's Mahamudra in the very end? If it's not all one.
All in one, you know, dualistic. All one. Multiplicity, singularity is dualistic. Inconceivable. Inconceivable. Whatever is still a hook for you to hang your sense of self on, the Buddha pulls it out. Chogyam Trungpa says, the realization of Buddhahood, I mean, he doesn't use the exact same words, but I'll get to his words. Basically, the realization of Buddhahood can also, on a mundane level, be experienced when you're completely freaked out. Freaked out. Ah! Which is, you find that you're falling. You're falling. And that's really unnerving. You've lost the ground, and you're falling. So when you're experiencing falling, not as a result of having trained the mind, but life have kind of shoved you into this experience of falling, then you freak out. But when you're experiencing this falling as a result of training the mind with Mahamudra or Dzogchen or maybe Advaita, whatever, right? Then it's falling, but also knowing there's no ground. Falling is only a problem if there is a ground. Falling itself is not the problem. Right? That's really smart. Falling is not a problem. The problem is that darn ground. When the body hits the ground, then splat. So we are falling already, right? The problem is we have self. So the self meets ground, pain. Now we are falling, still same fall, but no more self, no more body. Even if there's ground, it's fine. But the way he expressed it is like, the good news is, bad news is, he says, we are all falling. Good news is there's no ground. Anyway, Kagyupas will say, and Zen masters will say, too much thinking, slap. Very similar, actually. The Kagyupas and the Zen. Too much thinking, slap. What'd you hit me for? So yeah, a few words on Mahamudra. So just a few words.
Words, we like them. Thank you.
So there is, like as I say, I want to clarify earlier on. I think I didn't do such a good job that when I say that there is a do this, do this, do this, do this, do this, do that. I don't want to. I miscommunicated if you heard me saying the early Kagyupas didn't have do this, do this, do this. Oh, they do, because that's the path, that's the prescription. But how the prescription was prescribed was never so rigid. It would be like, oh, you, here, why don't you sweep the floor? Keep sweeping. Then the teacher is working with, sweep, 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 sweep. Then okay, now this. Then you, oh, yeah, prostration. Prostrate, prostrate, prostrate. And then at a certain point, something can happen. And something happens. Then the next thing. Then the next thing. So it was much more tailored to. Now, of course, in the good old days, you have teachers of that caliber who can. Who knows in ways that, most of us cannot do. So then we just put people through the program. The assembly line of Mahamudra practice. Also, when there's so many people and you can't really be there, then what to do? You put them through the assembly line and hope for the best. like some semblance of Mahamudra practitioner will emerge at the end of the assembly line. But it's good to know it's not the only way. So with the question somebody asked, and somebody messaged me actually, oh, what's the program that you do? I say, well, we meet on Wednesday nights and with people from different parts of the world, and we do some fairly conventional practices. Nowhere exactly saying, this is Mahamudra, that is Mahamudra. But that's the container. The contents come without being explicit in building the container. It's to help people get into, help people build a container that works for them. Then eventually they'll discover, in a way you could say the content has always been given. But because lacking a container, you never find anything there. So you keep walking around looking for something else. So the content, Mahamudra, I mean, you know, I give, but you don't have a container. So then it's like, it all just like, it's like a hand, you know, pouring water. It just goes, you have to cup your hand, you know.
So can I ask you, do the people that come to your Wednesday
Mhm.
program, is there an expectation about practice for them? Like, are they supposed to be practicing every day for an hour?
I like people liking me, so I don't tell them to
You
do
never
that.
or to make them feel guilty.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
if they were ideally working with you, they would do serious meditation practice every day.
Yeah. Then I give more of my time to
Then
them.
you have more urgency in teaching them.
Hmm. Then I give more of my time to them. I wait for them to get there. I
Yeah.
don't tell them.
Okay.
Like, show me the money, you know.
Yeah.
Is that
Then I turn up, you know.
Okay.
I mean, it's just like that. Nobody ever asked me that question, so I also don't talk about it, you know.
What is Wednesday night?
It's a program called the Gungdhamma Kirti Sangha, and some people are part of that. We just meet once a week. So down here, you can also. But here, when you go into the website, you have to look for Join Sangha, and then there's a more full description. And the standards are very low. It's like University of Phoenix. You know, it's not Harvard. Acceptance rate is like basically 100%. You just have to, you know, there's no financial obligations either. It's just, I mean, it's just so loosey-goosey. Like, what is it good for? I don't really know. You know, so anyway, so if you go to the website, you have to look for these things called Join Sangha programs. It's a pretty extensive website, thanks to volunteers. And then on many of the pages, there's a Spanish translation. You click and you can read in Spanish. But basically, very briefly, quickly, is to say if there is a requirement, the requirement is turn up on Wednesdays. And this is how much I like people to like me. Then after I say that, immediately I say, now of course I understand sometimes a Wednesday is not going to work for you. So I really want to grow up to be like the other monk that says, okay, you can go now. You just sat for half an hour. What do you expect? Like, don't waste your time. Go home. Go do something else. It's just really how I feel, you know. But I mean, really, like, I don't need an audience. Like, why are you wasting your time? Like, just go watch a movie. I can tell you which one too. I watch a lot on Netflix. And you can relax and feel good, you know. Like, Dharma is such a hassle sometimes. So, why complicate your life? right? Also, Trungpa Rinpoche says, don't practice Dharma. It's going to mess up your life. Yeah. And then these days we beg people to come, we send reminders, we advertise, we choose the most striking pose of the teacher to attract people, and, the right font and the right pricing and discount and everything. And have more people become awake? I don't know.
Yeah.
Milarepa threw stones at people that came. Go away, go. No, he didn't do that, actually. His teacher did that. Yeah, and because of that, he was very kind. Whoever came, he actually... but, in the old days, they throw stones at you, not because they don't like you, but they're really compassionate. Really, it's like, don't waste time because, I had one Tibetan Lama one time, it was funny. It was New Year's Eve, we were at a retreat, and there were some young people that came with me, so they were there. So this Kempo, so it was nearing midnight. We didn't have any party, it's just so happened. He came over from the center. We were at a member's house across the street. And there were some Tibetan people there. And Tibetan people, they always know how to party. Lay people, So there were 2 women married to 2 American guys. And so the wives, they took out their wine and they are pouring it. And the husbands are a little shy, it's like, we're Buddhists, we don't drink it. So it's fine. So the scholar monk and me, we're drinking tea. And then he's like, noticing that there's these young people over there, and then he said, don't they want a drink? Pointing to the wine, he was like, don't they want a drink? New Year's Eve, So then sheepishly, the Tibetan woman goes, your teacher is here, pointing at me, And then the Kempo, he says, oh, I see. And then he goes, but precious human life, if you're not going to be practicing hard, you might as well party hard. Don't waste your time. He's an Eastern Tibetan Kampas. Kampas are like Texas cowboys. Like party hard or, make a name and save the world. Don't do anything lukewarm. That's true, Precious human life, don't waste away. Doing a little bit of Dharma, a little bit of partying. Decide what you want. Go for it. This is not repeatable. Whether you believe in multiple lifetimes or not, this is it. This is not repeatable. Even when you believe in multiple lifetimes, this is never happening again. Choose and go for it. You want to get rich in the world? Go get rich. Don't worry about Dharma. You want to achieve freedom through Dharma? Go for it.
Chogyam Trungpa used to say, don't just read the menu, eat the meal.
Yeah, eat the meal.
Eat the meal.
Then, lots of opportunities. The other thing is that there's an ongoing Sunday group that meets here and also on Zoom these days, so it's a hybrid. Melissa facilitates this, and with a number of other people, keeping it going. I drop in whenever I can, and right now we are almost finishing this big book on the songs of Milarepa. And very soon we have to talk about then what?
Yeah.
Yeah, so, and that is less kind of like opening practice, main practice, teaching, that's the Wednesday night. We have a program. The Sunday night is more a fellowship of practitioners, and every couple of Sundays they get to hear me, blah, blah, blah. I will join in. So if you're interested in that, talk to Melissa. In person you can come or come on Zoom. Then finally, what I keep forgetting, I discovered some very nice prints on rice paper over there. that was donated to EBS, I understand, from years ago. So I went through and organized them into, all the different piles, and their whole living room is filled with piles of stuff now. Roll them up, and I brought some of the nicer ones. I think nicer ones over there. Then one of them, I forgot who already, generously said, "Okay, just if you want, just put a donation in that wooden bowl there." It used to be, I guess, in New Year's here, like holiday season, it's sold for like $15 a copy, but there's a lot of it gathering dust. But the images should be out in the world, so I think they'll even make nice gifts to other people.
So even without a donation,
Yeah, so just,
whatever.
don't be greedy, but take and let Buddhists appear in more places.
But before that, we need a group photograph.
Oh, yes.
About July.
Oh, and before that, dedication.
Dedication.
Yeah, okay, so let's see what we need to do. We'll do the dedication, then we'll take a group photo.
And then you can help us clean up, putting
some
the
cleaning
cushions
up,
away
yeah.
and stuff. But also, you're free to go. I know people have obligations separately.
Oh, yes, pets and people.
Yeah.
So again, taking a moment to reflect on how we all want happiness, we don't want suffering. And if we have found some means to arrive at this happiness in what we have done this weekend or just today, take a moment to appreciate that, to be joyful about it and say, this has been good, this is good. And this good, this joy, that I have experienced, this insight that I have gained, may it not just be limited to me. May this be enjoyed by all others as well. I don't know how. You can even say that. I don't know how they are going to, but I pray that if there's any blessing, any merit from what I have experienced, I turn over this merit and blessing to all others so that they too can experience and learn and discover the true causes of happiness, and therefore create those causes, and recognize the true causes of suffering, and therefore be done with that. Excellent and precious bodhicitta, where it has not arisen, may it arise. Where it has arisen, may it not decline, but ever increase higher and higher. Changchu sem chorim poche, ma ge ba nam ge gyuji, ge ba nyam ba me ba ya, go ne gong du be